본 행사는 동시 통역을 제공해드리고 있습니다.
We provide simultaneous
1번,
interpretations.
영어는
Please
2번으로
choose
청취할 수
channel
있으니
1 for
참고해 주시기
Korean and
바랍니다.
channel 2 for English.
공식 행사 중에 핸드폰 사용은
So
다른
please
분들에게 방해가 될 수
Switch
있습니다.
your mobile phones to vibrate or silent mode, not to
변경해
disturb
주시기
others.
바랍니다. 그리고 제6회 서울 국제
So
명상
the
엑스포
6th Seoul
컨퍼런스는
International
유튜브 채널
Meditation Expo
서울
Meditation
국제
Conference
명상
will be live
엑스포를
streamed
통하여
on the YouTube channel
생중계되니
Seoul
많은
International
시청과
Meditation
참여
Expo. We appreciate your
부탁드리겠습니다.
viewing and participation.
그럼 첫 번째로 국제 명상 연구회 회장이시자
So we
하버드
would like
의과대학
to invite
브리검 여성병원
Dr.
연구원이신 데이비드
David
바고
Bargo, President of
박사님께서
International Society for
명상을
Contemplative
통한
Research,
자기변화라는 주제로
under the
첫
theme
번째
Changing
강연을
Yourself through
준비하고 계십니다.
Meditation. He's preparing
무대로
for the
모시겠습니다.
first
여러분 큰
session.
박수
Please
부탁드리겠습니다.
give him a big round of applause.
감사합니다. I'll stay here for now. I have just so much joy and gratitude for being here with you all, with the Dongguk community. It's such a wonderful community that you all have. Really an example for where secular Buddhism and science can come together. I'm really grateful to all the organizers for bringing us together. And as we speak together today, I'm deeply aware that there are multiple wars happening on our planet. There are politics that are deeply divisive across all of our social systems, and we are grappling with existential threats to our planet that are challenging the very fabric of our existence as one humanity. So sharing in this time with you all, with the common theme of wholeness and oneness, I hope to demonstrate today how the self and the science of its transformation through meditation is a systematic process and experience that unifies us through our common humanity. So I want to share also that as the president of the International Society for Contemplative Research, I think there's an opportunity here across cultures and continents to become members, access our resources, engage with our community. I hope you explore some of what we have to offer and some of the resources that we provide. I also wanted to tell you about an experience I had with His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I was there in Dharamsala, India about 2 years ago, and I was privileged to just witness a dialogue between His Holiness and many leading scientists. And he's now 90 years old. And he's noticeably aging, and some of his aging is quite evident. However, he has one message that he continues to emphasize. And he said, as humans, we may have many differences among us, but at the most basic, most fundamental level, we are all the same, all wanting the same love and joy and happiness. So I really believe that it's the Buddhist spiritual path that offers a profound solution to suffering and all the individuals and targets the self specifically. So this is the founder of Soto School of Japanese Zen, Master Dogen, who says explicitly, to study the way is to study the self. And to study the self is to forget the self. And to forget the self is to be enlightened by all things. And to be enlightened by all things is to remove the barriers between oneself and others. And this no-self doctrine that he's referring to really refers to two basic assumptions. That there are, not only is our perception of ourself in the world biased or distorted in some way, but through practice of meditation, the boundaries between self and other can dissolve, and that there is no me that is permanent. We must reject the idea that there is a permanent, unchanging self as the agent of all sensory and mental activity. That all sentiments of some self existing and persisting beyond death is really an illusion. And any sort of grasping or failure to realize that these assumptions leads to the unsatisfactoriness with life. So unfortunately, this prescription of meditation to transform the self is not so simple. If you really ask people why do they meditate, they give you very different answers. A few studies included a recent poll of meditators across the US found that people are more motivated to practice for self-motivated needs, really to reduce my own stress, my own anxiety, things that are very self-focused. There's also interest in improving my concentration, my performance, my energy, everything related to self. It's a little selfish of why people are motivated, for the most part, to meditate. A smaller part of people are motivated by more spiritual reasons, including self-transcendence or self-liberation, or to benefit others. It is really this form of self-transcendence that I'm going to highlight and emphasize. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the mechanisms for self-transformation through meditation, how we understand the self, the I, me, mine complex and what that means. I'm going to talk a little bit about the chronometry of self and self-reification. So just to give a little challenge to the interpreters and the translators, this will be a little challenging, but I want to describe how the process of being a self in the world transpires over time. And then I'm going to talk about the 4 mechanisms that I'm going to highlight. Meta-awareness, decentering is one mechanism. And another mechanism, or 2 mechanisms, by which meditation transforms the self is prosociality and non-duality. And I believe Emiliana, who's going to speak after me, will talk about some really practical applications of meditation specifically for prosociality. Okay, so this just shows you some of the papers that we've written. Eric talked about this yesterday, how a number of us who are practitioners, scientists, would get together and talk about ideas, and we called ourselves the Mindfulness Research Collaborative. And through that process of collaborative thinking, we came up with some of these papers, which are now cited over 7,000 times. So they are pretty foundational for the field. And the way that what we identified was really 6 core mindfulness-based practices: focused attention, open monitoring, constructive practices, which are love and kindness, metta, those kinds of practices, movement-based practices like yoga, everyday mindfulness like mindful eating, which Jeon will talk about, and breath work. Breath work is more of a recent addition, but there's now being more additions of manipulating the breath through yogic pranayama traditions. And then there's 4 primary mechanisms that I focus on for transforming the self: awareness, regulation, transcendence, and integration. So those are the primary mechanisms. But in a new chapter that I'm just putting out, it's coming out in the Handbook of Mindfulness and Self-Regulation, I've identified 18 second-order factors that contribute to the transformation of the self. So I'm only going to talk about meta-awareness, decentering, and non-dual awareness, and prosociality today. Okay, so in an attempt to map out these sort of changes, I'm going to talk about this idea of unpacking the human phenomenological experience, really, by describing a phenomenological experience of being a self in the world. And I describe this as the I, me, mine complex. So, I, me, mine. Okay, so it's critical to our understanding of our conscious experiences is really exploring how one's mental habits can be viewed in a relational way to the other, and this is represented here, that we have our needs, our wants, our fears, our expectations that make up our self-identity, but also the insight into how we can empathize with other individuals. And you can see here, I'm just going to move around a little bit too, you can see how there's different perspectives, right? Each of us have a different unique perspective. And this is what we call the relative reality, our experience of the world. And when we can be aware of this relative reality, we can also recognize that there is an absolute reality that we don't have access to. But some of our experiences may overlap through our relative experience, right? Our relative experience sometimes overlaps with others, and there is an absolute reality that we don't have access to. So here's the way that we can understand the I, me, my complex. It's really a metaphor, and it's represented here as a cartoon of a house. And in this metaphor, the I and the feeling of being a self in the world is represented by this structure, this foundation of the house. It's the primary identification point. It's what you see first. It's what you identify with. And just like rooms have different purposes, a kitchen, a bedroom, a living room, a dining room, we have different roles, different me's that we play, an employee, a parent, a friend. We have these different selves that we have in the world can be the different rooms inside the house. And mine really refers to all the stuff that we put in the house. It encompasses all the material objects we consider as belonging to us. And so from the Buddha's perspective, the problem with this I, me, mine complex is that it leads to attachment. We cling to the positive and fear negative ones, as we heard in the Dharma talk earlier yesterday. It gives rise to dualities, the separation of self and other, and it creates both conflict internally and externally. It also is a problem because the self is impermanent. It's an illusion. So all aspects of this I, me, mine complex are subject to change, and clinging to a changing entity will lead to suffering. So in order to better understand the self, I talk about how the self is constructed across time. So I provide a neurophysiological and system-based model that attempts to explain what this is. And so chronometry really refers to the timing and the temporal structure of conscious perception. How fast and in what sequence of events unfold in the brain and give rise to awareness. And it's central to our understanding of how consciousness emerges and functions in real time. And if you're interested, it's in this handbook of mindfulness. So this model that I'm referring to is really described here, okay, as a string of moments, okay, a string of being me. So we have the I, me, mine complex, but we have a string of I, me, mine happening across time. Now, each moment of experience involves these self-specifying processes that include somatic experience, and somatic processing refers to the way the body processes sensory information. It's very early in the attentional filtering of information. Then there's phenomenal awareness, which is present moment experience of what it's like. What are we experiencing right now? And then there's the cognitive and emotional phase of mental processing that's associated with evaluation, interpretation, and integration of all the conceptual and linguistic information. This is also facilitated by time. So it happens across a millisecond time scale of 500 milliseconds. For every 500 milliseconds, every time you see an object that comes out in front of you, the first thing that happens is your brain starts processing, is it relevant to you? What is this? Okay? You only start to identify it after 500 milliseconds. Remember, 500 milliseconds, it's like that. It's so quick, right? So we're really talking about a lot of processing that's happening before you even have awareness. Every moment there's a way that the body is processing information, and that is leading to your experience of the self. It's also fed by memory. Okay, so memory is also driving the predictive models of the world. Every experience that you have then creates a predictive model of what it might be like next time you see that experience. And you're also having behavioral responses, which in the end, once you interpret what you see, there's also a response. What should you do with this object? You know, maybe I drink it because it's a special kind of barley water that's I've never had before, but I tried recently and it's quite good. So that whole experience is something that happens all in one 500 millisecond moment. And you can imagine There's about 63 million of those moments every year. So in about every experience that you have is contributing to what we call the reification of the self. It reifies or creates a sense of self-identity. Like all the habits, the mental habits, the fears, the wants, the desires that are created is really a conditional loop of selfing that happens across time. And we can say in about 3 billion moments, this little guy, this little baby over there, has then transformed into who is standing here in front of you today. So you can imagine then how many billions of moments have led to who you've become today. And what have you done in the world? How have you processed the world in all those moments that you've had in your life? Now, these can also be mapped onto the Buddhist model of what we described as storehouse consciousness, sense consciousness, mind and thinking judgment. You can also map this same model onto the Buddhist model of universal mental formations, where there's contact with a particular object. There's a feeling tone, Vedana. We talked about this described yesterday as positive, negative, neutral. There's a perception, a description of what is happening. And sometimes attention is moved. Sometimes you can say attention is happening at the point of contact with the object before the sense of what a feeling may be. Is this positive? Is this negative? Is this neutral? Then there's also the volition, which is the mental impulse or intention behind our actions. And attention really can happen later processing or early stages of processing. So this is really the model of how the self is experienced across time, these moments. So how does the self-reification of self-identity manifest into a clinical model of psychopathology? And by which mechanisms can meditation training be of help? So what happens when this system of selfing goes wrong is we can become stressed, anxious, depressed. That could lead to the reification, identification of you as a stressed or depressed person. There are close to 1 billion people on this planet now living with a mental health condition. And that is really a big problem. It's been increasing by 35% just between 2019 and 2020. So that there's clearly a problem. It's a pandemic really of epic proportions of why are people having so many problems just being a self in the world. Okay. So if we think about this model of selfing, what goes wrong, right? In order to better understand what goes wrong, we might have an experience of anger. This is unfair. Or anxiety and fear. I'm losing control. And these are thoughts. I'm not good enough. This is one of the most common thoughts that people have who have depression or anxiety, that I'm losing control or I'm not good enough. And the understanding here is that if there is a high frequency of these kinds of thoughts, if they're causing potential risk of injury, or they're interfering socially with your relationships, they can lead to psychopathology, what we call inflammaging. Inflammaging really refers to the sort of negative impact of stress across all bodily systems, or cardiovascular disease. Just through thinking, these thoughts are contributing to that self-reification. It's leading to this conditioning of the self as a depressed individual, and it then leads to these forms of disease. So what is the solution here? The Dhammapada describes a potential mechanism that our life is actually shaped by our mind. We become what we think. So based on this sort of idea that there's some way to transform our reified, depressed self, we can go to the wisdom of Thich Nhat Hanh, who says, in order to transform the seeds of suffering into seeds of happiness, one must only look deeply and see clearly that both are manifestations of our own consciousness. We need only to water the seeds of happiness and avoid watering the seeds of suffering. So the mechanism of meta-awareness is really just the ability for second-person knowledge of mental processing. So where it can be non-conceptual, it can be non-propositional. It's awareness of awareness, right? So we can take these experiences of anger, anxiety, and fear and sadness, and we can label them with our sensations. We can label them as thoughts. We can label them as feelings. And meditation does just that. And by doing that kind of process of becoming aware of our experience, we have what's called disidentification from that internal experience. We have reduced reactivity to that thought content. This is the mechanism of meta-awareness and decentering. You are removing yourself a bit from the reified self that identifies as someone who has anger, anxiety, or depression. So this thought of, I'm not good enough, okay, this is the most common thought that people have when they're depressed. But the biggest transformative process that happens when you go through something like psychotherapy is that you have this distancing that you have between your thoughts and your own self-experience. That you're no longer not good enough. I'm having a thought, or I notice that I'm having a thought that I'm not good enough. And that distance is the psychotherapeutic mechanism by which you can have improvement and improve in your mental experience. So that is what we refer to as meta-awareness. That is the mechanism of what happens when you start to de-reify the self, unravel the identification with depression, and move into a healthier self. Okay. So let me just give you a little bit of background of what's happening. If you were to look at the brains of meditators and better understand how meditation is affecting their brains, it speaks to how this de-reification process happens, or this works. And this is really just a model showing you how there are about 13 or 15 different networks in the brain that we identify at rest. And you can use those kinds of analyses to better understand how these networks interact with each other. And when you scan the brains of meditators, and there have been enough studies, and I'm only going to sort of show you a few, but these are a lot of the common studies that have been out there, and I've looked at all the data very clearly and thoroughly. And my read of the literature is really that there's impacts, very, very clear impacts across these 4 different networks. Okay, this is they're color-coded for you, but you have a dorsal attention network, you have a sensory network, and you have a central executive network. The green network is what we call the default mode network. And there's a frontal parietal control network. So I'll explain what those are. First, let me just tell you what the results show you. So across all different types of meditation styles, okay, all different types of practices, whether it's cross-sectional data or whether it's pre-post data after a mindfulness intervention, you'll see increased activity in sensory parts of the brain. It makes sense. You're focusing on sensory experience with your thoughts and emotions and feelings. You also have increased activity in central executive networks, the ones that are controlling and keeping our working memory going. You have increased activity in attention networks and premotor networks, the ones that are working in the first half of that moment, right? The non-conscious processing. You're starting to dip into all of our negative biases that Rick Hansen were talking about yesterday. The most important, though, is this frontal parietal control network, and I'll explain to you why. All the data seem to suggest that even when you're in a non-dual state of awareness, the highest state of meditation, you activate this particular network, the orange network, and it's central to this particular region here, frontal parietal cortex, and I'll explain that in a minute, and decreases in activity in the default mode network. And the default mode network is that self-evaluative network. It's the network that's responsible for rumination, for thinking, for evaluating yourself in a negative kind of way, and that just happens to be what we do when we're doing nothing, when our mind is wandering. Maybe some of you may be wandering right now and thinking about I'm not good enough. But meditation helps us decrease activity in this network. Okay, so what's so important about this particular frontal parietal network? Well, here it is across all the other networks. It's a hub. It's a hub. It's not only a hub, but it's thought of as a circuit breaker. Okay, it means that it can disrupt activity across any other network that's active at any time, suggesting that it controls and allows you to flexibly switch or toggle between any other experience that you may be happening. If you're thinking about something internally, you have awareness to then let go of that experience and switch to another network or of activity. So it's the critical node, this frontal parietal network, in all the other networks. It includes, some people, I think, refer to the salience network as being important also. The salience network is just the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex and insula, which are also part of this orange network, okay? Those are really important areas for monitoring awareness of the body signals. So this paper here shows how this particular brain region, it's one of the most evolved part of our brains. In early hominid ancestors developed this part of our brain. It makes us uniquely human. And that is the brain region that is most active in meditators. It's the area of the brain that is conserved, that is helping preserve atrophy from cognitive decline. It is critical for development of meta-awareness. And here's the slide that everyone has shown, who's shown any pictures of a brain, from a study that came from Sarah Lazar's lab back in 2005. And again, the most important point here is that the insula and the frontal polar cortex are the two brain regions that seem to be most active and not degrading in thickness across age. So there's regular age-related decline of the brain. Your brain is shrinking after age 21. You're losing neurons as you get older. But if you meditate, one of the best sort of data points of meditation research is that those individuals who are having normal age-related decline are protected from that decline through meditation practice. So it doesn't necessarily enhance cognition in a 20-year-old, but it protects 65-year-old and up from losing that cognitive capacity. This is what this data really means. Okay, so here's the other mechanism, prosociality and self-transcendence. So we know that meditation makes you kinder and more considerate. There's a lot of data showing that trait mindfulness and brief mindfulness induction enhances other-oriented motivation, like empathic concern. You care about others. There's helping behaviors to socially excluded strangers. There's one study, one of my students actually, Paul Condon, he did a study where he showed that those individuals who trained in a mindfulness-based program or a compassion-based program would offer their seat at a much higher rate compared with those who did not have meditation training, to someone who would look like they may be suffering. More pro-social types of behavior. And Emiliana will probably talk a little bit more about that. Tanya Singer, who's shown here in the MRI scanner, did this project called the Resource Project. And I'm not going to go into detail here, but it was a very extensive project that it's worth looking into. And she put people into 3 different groups who did core loving kindness and more constructive meditation practices. Some that looked at just perspective taking with observing thoughts, like more analytical. And then there were some that were focused on just attention. And I wanted to just point out, in terms of prosociality, is that the increased prosocial behaviors were correlated with frontoinsular cortical thickness. Again, the orange network, okay? The orange network refers to that frontal and parietal areas of the brain. They work together as a circuit breaker, okay? And those are the areas that were correlated most with prosocial behaviors, as that's what Tanya found. And so she also looked at empathy-activated brain regions with pain and negative emotions. So there are some increased empathic responses to someone who was experiencing pain, but it was really the compassion meditation that was unique and showing, let's see here, the compassion activated areas. So when they just practiced compassion and metta, love and kindness, they were linked to positive emotions, social affiliation, and reward brain regions. Okay, things like the ventral areas of the basal ganglia there, right, in the nucleus accumbens. So that's where compassion is more. It gives you reward. It gives you joy to be compassionate, and that's what we're seeing in this study that Tanya did. So I also need to tell you about what self-related processing is. It all refers to that process of being in the default mode, this evaluating the self. And we did this review that Eric also referred to yesterday on all the different mindfulness-based interventions and how it affects the self. And we looked at how meditation was, or how self was measured, and it was on a continuum of the self as a subject versus processes that are more conceptual, like self as object. And so there are different constructs that we were identified. But it really came down to this definition of self-related processing requires one to evaluate or judge some feature in relation to one's perceptual image or mental concept of oneself. Just really evaluating the world. It's distinct from the embodied, pre-reflective, self-specifying process that happens early stages of the self model that I spoke to earlier, right? It's distinct. So self-related processing, all of these concepts, these levels of self, positive relations with self, self-related abilities, bodily self, and negative relations with self are all related to that default mode network activity. But this is what was measured across all the different studies that we looked at for mindfulness. And what we found was that there were high levels of increased activity or increased levels of self-compassion and decreased rumination as a result of meditation practice. And those were the highest effect sizes were found across those two constructs of self-related processing. But there was also there was also some increases in interoception or body awareness and embodiment, the experience of being a self in the world. Okay, so those are the three areas of all the self-related processes that have been affected by mindfulness-based interventions. Self-compassion is like an interesting construct. It has been shown to improve health behaviors such as eating habits, exercise, sleep behaviors, quitting smoking, and stress management. It shows to be a key mechanism through which mindfulness-based interventions improve psychological outcomes. So there's something really powerful about self-compassion. It also predicts reductions in depression, anxiety, and stress. But there's something also that unique about this construct of self-compassion. It really speaks to this observation that we found, that mindfulness-related well-being is better explained and achieved by self-concept enhancement than Buddhist-derived ego quieting or reduction in self-related processing. So when we talk about reduction in suffering from the Buddhist model, it's to eliminate the self. The self is an illusion. We have to get rid of that self, right? It's just causing more suffering. But what we found across all these mindfulness-based interventions is that it was strengthening the self-concept. So self-compassion is one of those constructs that are actually enhancing our self-concept. So there's a little bit of controversy about how to interpret that and how that fits into the model of liberation from suffering from the Buddhist perspective. Okay, so the last mechanism that I'm going to talk about for how self is transformed is through self-transcendence. And the idea here is that the non-dual experience where subject and object duality dissolve gives us a better perspective on absolute reality. So non-dual awareness can be cultivated by a number of different practices, from the Vajrayana, Dzogchen tradition on referential compassion, nature of mind training, pointing out the way, direct crossing. This is another practice, Tod Regal, allowing spontaneous luminous visions and experience of Rigpa. From the Hindu Vedanta traditions, not two. This is from Advaita. In the Theravada traditions, absorption or jhana practices also lead to nirodha and samapatti. So these are the practices that are often described as non-dual types of practices. So the most famous experiment that was done with non-referential compassion was done by Richie Davidson's group, Antoine Lutz, and they asked these meditators to use non-referential compassion. They hooked them up with EEG, and they found a very specific brain signature, this what are called gamma waves, that are typically 26 to 70 hertz, or usually over 40 hertz, around 40 hertz of frequency. It basically just synchronized brain activity across different parts of the frontal and parietal brain regions, that you saw this large-scale integration of distributed neural processing. So that's what's happening when you see this gamma band activity. It's when you have an insight or an aha moment, you see this gamma band activity. That's it's referred to in perceptual binding, or it's also now found to be specific to anti-inflammatory or glymphatic activity in the brain, meaning all your metabolic waste that's removed from your brain is active when you stimulate the brain at this same frequency, 40 hertz, a gamma band. So something unique about what non-referential or non-dual compassion can do is also help clear out all the metabolic waste from your brain. And so what they found was specifically that if you look here, this was a resting state, and as soon as they started meditating, the gamma band activity turned on very high. And you see it here in both the frontal and parietal regions. Okay, the novices didn't show anything, the experts specifically in those frontal parietal regions. Now, you should know by now that that's part of the orange network. The orange part of our brain, the frontal parietal network, remember how important that is for flexibly switching. It's the hub, it's the circuit breaker. It's very critical for developing meta-awareness. So gamma activity was higher in the baseline, resting state before meditation for the adepts. It's increased sharply during the non-dual meditation and remained higher after meditation. And there was this long-distance phase synchrony over those specific frontal and parietal electrodes. When we looked at another study of non-dual practice, pointing out the way, we just looked at different, this is called pointing out the way. This is a very specific form of practice. I'm just going to go over this really quickly. And what we saw was if you look at the brain signature of what was happening as they moved from what was called the ordinary state of mind into a awakened state, fourth stage of this practice, you see this dramatic amplitude change mostly across all different types of brain frequencies, from theta, alpha, gamma, and gamma 2. So gamma between 29 to 44 hertz, there was almost doubling in the amplitude of gamma band activity. Okay, so this is where there's awareness is stabilized from what's called the oceanic to a river flow. It's very non-dual. Just another marker for non-dual awareness. And now we're showing that non-dual awareness can also be associated with another marker in the brain, one of the most common markers in the brain, called frontal midline theta. So that's about 8 hertz. And in the frontal and midline structures of the brain, you see this frequency of activity when you're focused in your concentration practice. And Eric Garland recently showed that this frontal midline structures correlated with self-transcendence in his opiate use disorder patients. So people who were improving in their symptoms of opioid use disorder not only showed increases in self-transcendence, but that clinical change in opioid use also correlated with this theta, frontal midline theta, so and the experience of self-transcendence. He uses a scale called the NADA, which measures self-transcendence, and that correlates also. So there are some correlates now of self-transcendence. So really the take-home message really for today is that there are these 6 core practices, 4 primary mechanisms, and we have 18 different latent order mechanisms. we have the I, me, mine complex that I talked to you today, which is the conventional self, and how it has a specific chronometry that happens. Remember, we have 63 million moments every year. What are you going to do with those moments? How are you going to fill your mind? And we have a very specific mechanism that is located in the brain, in this frontal parietal control network for meta-awareness. Pro-social behavior, there are clear data to suggest that more mindfulness is going to make you more pro-social, and Emiliana will talk a little bit more about that. And that there's correlates for self-transcendence, that this gamma band activity correlates very uniquely with self-transcendence, and so does the frontal midline theta in clinical examples, like Eric Garland's work with his self-report measure of self-transcendence. So that, with that, I wanted to also thank all the people who were part of that mindfulness research collaborative that Eric was talking about yesterday. Because without collaboration, there was really not as much impact. With collaboration, we had great impact. So I'm really happy to thank all these collaborators. And then also, thank you to you for listening. I appreciate all of your time and space together.
네, 명상의 치유 원리를 알아볼 수 있는 강연이었습니다. 대단히 감사드립니다. 이제 그 강연 내용에 대해서 궁금한
Thank you for the
점에 대해서
wonderful lecture.
질문,
Now
답변
we'll
시간을 갖도록
move into
하겠습니다.
Q&A session.
저희가 사전 접수를 받을
We
당시에
collected
몇
several
가지
questions in
질문들도
advance
사전에
during
함께 선정해 두었습니다.
pre-registration.
그 질문
So
지금
we'll begin by posing a
드려보겠습니다.
few of those questions now.
첫 번째 질문은요.
The first question is,
그 수행자가 정체기에 빠졌을 때 개인의 변화를 지속하기 위해서 어떤 접근법을 추천하실지, 그게 첫 번째 질문이었고요. 두 번째 질문입니다. 어떤 점이 우리 바고 선생님을 자기, 그 셀프라는 개념을 연구의 핵심 주제로 삼도록 만들었는지, 이게 궁금하고요. 또 자아의 비이원성에 대해서 눈을 뜨게 한 그 개인적인 학문적 또는 체험적 순간이 있었는지, 그것도 궁금하다고 해주셨고요. 그리고 가능하다면 앞으로 연구 방향에 대해서 같이 또 공유해 주실 수 있을지까지 질문을 주셨습니다. 우리 박오 선생님께서 한꺼번에 다 대답을 주시겠다고 하네요. 예, 부탁드리겠습니다.
So there were
we are
two.
sorry. The moderator was supposed to give
sorry.
to answer the question. So,
But I do remember the two questions
제가 기억.
that I was posed. Oh, here it is. Yes. Okay. Okay. So here's my answer to this first question. I'm going to tell you a quick story. I was once at a conference with the Dalai Lama, and somebody asked His Holiness, what is the shortest amount of time to practice meditation to achieve benefit? And she was very serious. She's like, well, what's the minimum amount of time to practice that? This is the kind of the question that I hear most often. How much do I have to practice meditation to achieve some benefit? And he looked at her and smiled, ha 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 ha, as he does, and he says, lifetime. Suggesting it takes a lifetime of practice to get some benefit. So I say that with some seriousness, is that even if there's a plateau in your practice, that there's an opportunity there. It signals an opportunity and a challenge. If you feel like your meditation is not really getting you anywhere, it could mean that there's some stabilization of your gains, that some things that you've been practicing that you're doing well, something you're doing well, that you're not losing anything. But it also could be some sort of subtle resistance to going deeper. And so I think there are some practical tips that for what happens if you want to continue your personal transformation. You can go back to the basics. The Satipatthana Sutta spoke directly about one practice, breath meditation. And sometimes we forget how strong of a practice that can be, to continually go back to your breath, and be aware of your breath, be aware of distraction, and come back to the breath. And then there's also I think the other tip would be, think about beginner's mind, about how great it is to deliberately cultivate curiosity
towards any ordinary experience, right? This can dissolve that sort of automaticity. It can restore freshness in your practice. You could try other practices, like walking meditation. There are other practices where you can vary the object, shift your attentional anchors. You can adjust the intensity, how long, and the duration of your practice. There are so many different ways that you can deepen the context and intentions of your practice. But I do go back to the advice of His Holiness that it could take lifetimes, not just one, to achieve benefit. So may we continue to work together to get to that level. So I think that answers question number one. Then the question was, what led me to study the concept of self as a central theme? I think it's a beautiful question. I really think that the self is, I had a taste, I think, of non-dual insight in my first Vipassana course when I was about 20 years old. And it was a profound experience for me that I got super curious about it. I was also a cognitive neuroscientist in training, so studying the mind and the brain. And to have that first-person experience of something so profound as a non-dual, what I thought was some taste of non-dual experience, got me very interested in what that was and how it relates to the mind and the brain and being a self and who I am. So I think that's what was my original motivation for studying the self. And if I could share a direction of my future research, well, one of the things I'm very excited about, and most of the people around me always hear me talking about it, is a study that I'm just about to publish. It's almost ready for publication. I'm waiting for the last small reviews for the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. It's looking at how meditation affects the glymphatic system. The glymphatic system of the brain is what we call the metabolic waste clearance system. It's the real brainwashing. It's when you go to sleep at night, the restorative effects of sleep are that you remove all the metabolic waste that you accumulate throughout the day. And if you don't do that, if you don't sleep, if you have sleep problems, you'll have much more deficits in your cognitive capacity. And as we get older, over 70, typically you have poor sleep. And that leads to more accumulation of things like plaques and tangles and alpha-beta proteins that lead to Alzheimer's disease, muscular sclerosis, Parkinson's disease. Lots of these neurodegenerative diseases are due to the buildup of metabolic waste. And what we found recently was when we looked at meditators compared to people who just had controlled breathing, that the meditators showed increased activity in this glymphatic system, suggesting that one of the benefits of doing meditation, these were adepts, people who were meditating at least a few hours a week at least for many years, but that there was a correlation with the expertise. So the more they practiced, the more activity that they had in this glymphatic system, the more that they were removing metabolic waste. So that's very exciting to think that meditation has a direct impact on helping the brain move metabolic waste through its sort of channels that are in your penetrating arteries of your brain. Yes, so.
Thank you so much for your precious lecture and Q&A session. Thank you again.
Okay, 감사합니다.
네, 멋진 강연 그리고 명쾌한 질의응답까지 모두
So we'd
감사드립니다.
like to thank
우리 데이비드 바고
to
박사님께 다시 한번
Professor
큰
David
박수
Bargo for
부탁드립니다.
his insightful lecture in the Q&A session. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 우리가 뭐 명상이 뭐 흔히 좋다 하는데
We
대체
all know that
어떻게
meditation
좋은
is
건지,
beneficial, but
명상을
however, we
통해서
do
우리가
not
자아의
clearly
능력이
know
어떻게
how,
변화될 수 있는지에
what kind of
대해서
benefit it
우리
brings
데이비드
and
바고
how
선생님께서
meditation affects our
그
brain.
치유 원리에
So
대해서
the doctor,
현대적
David
언어로
Bargo,
우리
explained,
신경학적인
you know,
그런
the
기전을 원리를
neuropsychological
바탕으로 해서
mechanisms
치유를 하고 또 우리 자기 변화에
on the self-transformation, and we explored how the process unfolds regarding self-transformation. And we'd
두
like to
번째 세션으로
thank him
들어가겠습니다.
for such
두 번째
insightful.
세션은요. UC 버클리 대학 그레이트 굿 사이언스 센터 과학 디렉터이신 에밀리아나 사이먼 토마스 박사님께서 친절 챙김을 찾아서 친사회적 실천이 어떻게 건강과 웰빙을
How Pru's
증진하는가
practices.
이런 주제로 준비해
The second
주셨습니다.
session will be led by Emilia Simon Thomas, Science Director at the Greater Good Science Center at UC Berkeley, under the theme In Search of Kindfulness, How Pru's social practices enhance health and well-being. Despite the large time difference, she's joining us online and waiting to connect with all of you. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Hello, Dr. Emiliana. Thank you so much for joining us today. Please say hello to the audience. I think you are on mute. Excuse me? Dr. Emiliana? 지금 5초 정도 지연 상태가 있어서요. 잠시만 기다려 주십시오.
So we are experiencing 5-second delays here.
Dr. Emiliana, I think you're on mute. Dr. Emiliana, wait a moment.
Mindfulness, how pro-social practices boost health and well-being. And as you heard earlier, my name is Emiliana Simon Thomas, and I'm the Science Director at the Greater Good Science Center at UC Berkeley. My background is in neuroscience and social psychology. I studied how emotions activate different pathways in the brain, different structures, and different processes in the body, and how these influence decision-making and thinking. And in that trajectory of work, I became more and more interested in how our thoughts and our awareness of our thoughts and our awareness of our emotions had an impact on our well-being in life. At the Greater Good Science Center, we keep track of the latest scientific research on well-being, on health, and the ways that our connections with other people, our tendency towards generosity, and our feelings of belonging and contributing in a meaningful way to our communities actually enhance and support our overall well-being. But tonight I wanted to talk about this idea of kindfulness, which I borrowed from a British monk who was trained in the Theravadan tradition named Ajahn Brahm. And he cultivated this term, kindfulness, to basically represent the space of overlap between kindness, and kindness can be a thought or a feeling or a gesture or a behavior, and mindfulness, which we've been talking about together for this whole time, right? This awareness, non-judgmental awareness of our own inner processes. So any practice or exercise or overall attitude or demeanor that combines kindness and mindfulness, I define, following again the model of Ajahn Brahm, as kindfulness. Many of the practices, reflections, meditations, or mindfulness exercises that involve kindness or that bring in an element of exercising kindness will use phrases like the one on this slide. May I, you, she, he, or they, and all sentient beings be safe, well, happy, and peaceful. So one of the reasons why kindfulness is linked to health and well-being is because humans are amongst a number of species, primarily mammals, that actually need connection to survive. I'm showing you an illustration from a paper that exhibits the relationships between social connection or social advantage and survival. And because of our rich dynamics with each other, with ourselves, with our communities, we have a difference, a variation in how connected a person might feel. And that degree of connection is strongly predictive of survival over the course of the lifespan. In fact, a couple of other charts from the same study that was led by Noah Snyder-Mackler shows that across a number of different physical health conditions, having a stroke, suffering from asthma, heart disease, or bronchitis, the more connected a person is, the less likely they are to suffer from that particular ailment. On the right is a figure that looks at the relationship between social belonging. They used the term social network index here. The more integrated a person is, the more likely it is that they will still be alive in a study that surveyed people in a longitudinal fashion. So they might survey them 5 years, 5 years later, 5 years later. And those who had these strong supportive connections were much more likely to be alive. And in fact, low social integration, so lacking that connection to one's own mind and feelings, close others, and community, predicts a 50% increase in all-cause mortality risk in humans. So connections are so important to our life. And one of the theories that tries to explain why humans need connections for health and well-being is called the social baseline theory. This theory, which was developed by James Cone and David Sabara, argues that people actually find the world an easier place to navigate when they are in proximity to familiar and predictable other people. It doesn't necessarily have to be other people. Sometimes people can experience that same comfort through connections with pets or even something spiritual. So here, social baseline theory argues that as a normal condition, humans expect to be in the company of each other. And this is one of the reasons why taking connection away or being isolated or being lonely is actually harmful. It's a stressor to the human physiological systems, mental processes, and overall health and well-being. One of my favorite studies that provides evidence for the social baseline theory asked people to rate the steepness of a hill. And the experimenters asked people just walking by themselves, how steep was a hill that was behind them? And they asked people who were walking with a friend, how steep is the hill behind me? And when people were walking with a friend, they perceived that hill to be less steep. So again, this is an example of the way that humans find solace and comfort in being with one another in a way that makes the world less energetically taxing, and they have an easier time managing emotions that are difficult or distressing when we are in the company of each other. So that's one of the theories that explains the importance of connection. So how do we get connected? And what are the methods and the strategies that help us connect with one another? Well, fortunately, humans have evolved as a species with an innate prosociality. So prosocial is a state or a behavior that serves the welfare of another. And we have evolved with an intrinsic motivation or urge to behave in this way. One of the reasons we need to behave in this way is because we, like our primate predecessors, give birth to very vulnerable offspring. And so we need to have systems that motivate us to caregive for long periods of time without necessarily expecting reciprocity. We also need motivation and processes that encourage us to approach one another and affiliate, to form bonds with one another, to come together so that we can coordinate our effort to achieve goals that are perhaps impossible to accomplish in solitude. We also need systems that motivate us to reconcile after experiencing disagreement, after encountering or being involved in some kind of conflict. While there is a popular narrative that humans enjoy hostility and aggression and conflict, and that primates also behave in this way, it is actually less common and mostly the exception that humans will engage and feel motivated to engage in this way, and more common for humans to prefer to be in a peaceable and collaborative kind of relationship or collective with one another. So we have skills and the urge to reconcile. That's part of our prosociality. And then finally, because we are an ultra-social species, because we live in large collectives, part of our prosociality is what gives rise to culture, right? This agreement on morality and appropriateness and virtue and goals that we share that we call culture. So prosociality is a driver of our care, our ability to form social bonds, our ability to manage social bonds through times of goodness and difficulty, and the formation of community and culture. When scholars want to argue that we have evolved with a particular capacity, and in this case, prosociality, the next question is often, well, are there systems in the body and the brain that actually support this kind of functioning? And in fact, there are. There are at least 4 different pathways and combinations of structures that function in a way to support pro-social thinking and decision making. They're all in different colors on this illustration, but in light blue, there are areas of the brain, the temporal parietal junction, the superior temporal sulcus, the temporal pole, that are exquisitely dedicated to helping us understand each other's expressions and perspectives on the world. This is called mentalizing. There are areas that are dedicated to helping us resonate or simulate one another's emotional experiences for the better and sometimes in a challenging way. We experience empathic laughter and joy and pride, and we also experience empathic distress, where we feel upset when we encounter another person who is also experiencing some kind of difficulty. There are areas in our brain that are involved in helping us reconsider or have a heightened awareness of the situation when we confront another person who is suffering or some kind of challenge. These areas are here marked in yellow, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, and it helps us regulate and control our own experiences when we are encountering another person or situation that calls on our empathy, that makes us feel like we want to do something. And then finally, close to the front and underneath of our brain are structures in the ventral medial prefrontal cortex and the ventral striatum that help us assess our potential to make a difference, that help us decide how to invest resources into supporting the welfare of another and to anticipate the benefit of actually investing in the welfare of another. For example, there's a lot of evidence that shows that when people act kindly, behave in ways that are generous towards others, this activates the pathways in the brain that also signal reward or pleasure when we receive something that perhaps we've been desiring. This is called the warm glow effect. So once again, our biology is designed or evolved in a way that drives us to be pro-social, and this is part of our evolution, and it's part of what helps us connect with one another in ways that serve our health and well-being. So another few points about pro-sociality. Human babies actually prefer a pro-social character. So scholars who look at babies and pay attention to what they pay attention to and what they're interested in have been able to demonstrate that babies like looking at something that is generous and kind and understanding and supportive more than they like looking at something that is selfish and confrontational or hostile or self-serving, exploiting for their own gain. When we, as adults in the world, see babies, they disproportionately draw or engage that pro-social sensibility. Most of us, if I were to show you a number of pictures of really cute babies, you would lean forward and make a face that is very nurturing and maybe even a sound like, oh, right? This is very universal, that urge to caregive around babies. When scholars try to capture how pro-social people are given a choice, if you're given a choice to be pro-social and fair and generous, or a choice to be self-interested and to take more than you give, people tend to make the generous choice more often, and they tend to make it more quickly. It takes more effort and more resources, things like oxygenated blood or glucose in the brain. You have to use more of that in order to respond to a choice to be selfish or generous in a selfish way. So the first impulse is not to be selfish. The first impulse for humans is to be generous. When scholars measured what happened when different groups of people were instructed to do different exercises in the context of a kind of happiness, which is called eudaimonia, which is your sense of meaning and purpose, that who you are matters in the world. And they compared people who did something very open-minded, that's the yellow bar in this chart, to people who did something very boisterous and extroverted, that's the light pink bar, to people who did something nice for themselves, some kind of thing that made them feel better in their own right. And then finally on the right, farthest right, to people who did acts of kindness for others. What they found was that group who did acts of kindness for others actually reported the biggest gain to their sense of meaning and purpose, to that kind of happiness that is about your values and what matters to you in the world. So these are all ways that pro-sociality plays such an important role in connection, our ability to connect with our values, with each other, in ways, again, that ultimately are of service to our health and well-being. I also wanted to share the pitfalls of avoiding prosociality. So I already spoke about that it takes more effort to be selfish, to do things that only lead to your own gain and deprive others or harm others. But it also feels bad, right? We have these specific emotions, and I give examples here, guilt and shame. Those are how we feel when we choose to avoid opportunities to be kind and generous, to be pro-social, to invest in the welfare of others. Another example is if we stifle or suppress our kindness, if we try to not be generous or not look at other people who are suffering. This is often one of the main causes of burnout, of feeling like you're disconnected from the world. People tend to experience loneliness, and at aggregate levels, if lots and lots of people are all avoiding or suppressing their prosociality, this is thought to be a source of civil unrest. I already talked about how good it feels to behave in ways that uplift the welfare of others, but I'll share one more piece of that, which is not only do our reward pathways get activated when we know we've done something to benefit another person, we also empathize positively with people who are experiencing relief and gratitude towards us when we choose to do things that are kind and generous towards others. The figure on this slide is from an article which reviewed many different studies that asked people to give, to be generous, to invest their own resources into some avenue that would benefit others, that would uplift the welfare of others, and looked at how that impacted their well-being. And for each of these lines that are horizontal with a shape in the middle, that's the value of the benefit to well-being, to a positive outcome to their mental health. And all of those horizontal lines with shapes in them are to the right of 0. There's a thicker vertical line that's 0. And this is work by Laura Ackman and Elizabeth Dunn, which they've done for years, demonstrating this benefit of prosociality, this health and well-being benefit of prosociality that comes up again and again in the academic research. So, how does this tie back into kindfulness? Well, it turns out that practicing prosociality is an engine or a source of strengthening kindfulness, and that there are lots of different ways to exercise prosociality that can build our kindfulness. I'm showing you a graphic. This is not a biological or medical figure on this slide. Rather, it's more of a creative interpretation of where different functions in the brain are related to structures and pathways. Once again, this is not a scientific figure, but more of an inspiration, right? A creative inspiration to take into account all of the different ways that people can exercise prosociality in the service of kindfulness. So at the Greater Good Science Center, we are focused on trying to provide as many opportunities and resources to people as we can, drawing from rigorous experimental research to give people resources they can use in their daily lives. And one of those is a website called Greater Good in Action. Greater Good in Action is a library of exercises, activities, and practices, all of which have been studied in empirical intervention research. So a scholar does an experiment, they show that a particular practice, and for example, one of the practices that we know is really beneficial is spending time and connecting with nature, right? Connecting with nature has benefits to health and well-being. It lowers blood pressure. It evokes feelings of awe. It feels nice. People enjoy it. And it creates a sense of common humanity, of connection with all things. And so the Greater Good in Action website, if you were to click on one of these smaller boxes, you would get more detailed instructions for how to do this exercise. And furthermore, we provide the citation and the reference material associated with that particular practice. We're very committed to tying every activity, exercise, and practice to the original source research. And many of the practices involve reflection, contemplation, awareness, mindfulness, and all of them, to some extent or another, are linked to our potential for kindness, for being more generous and kind and connected to each other. So we launched this website and then realized that this was a magnificent opportunity to do some research. And in this case, we designed 2 programs that were interactive on the GGIA platform. And each of these programs is meant both to be a supportive way for people to practice a variety of different activities and exercises that can build kindfulness, and also a way for us and our scholar research team to develop a greater understanding of how practicing multiple different exercises and activities can actually improve health and well-being. And so we created one that is just 1 week long for folks who would prefer to do something for a short amount of time and see how it benefits them. And we also have a longer 28-day or 4-week program. And I'm just going to tell you about the different experiments that we have been conducting with these 2 platforms to contribute to the scientific understanding of how to strengthen kindfulness in the service of health and well-being. I'll start with the Big Joy Project. So the Big Joy Project was it was inspired by a documentary film called Mission Joy, which told the story of the close friendship between His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu. So they were both pioneers in their communities, and they both had a tremendous amount of resilience and fortitude in pursuing their agenda of improving goodness and the quality of life for others in their communities. The filmmakers were Peggy Callahan and Jolene Smith, and they wanted to offer the public a way to do something for themselves and for each other after being inspired by this film. And so they reached out to Alyssa Appel and myself. Alyssa Appel is a professor of psychiatry at the University of California at San Francisco. And she and I thought, well, this would be a wonderful opportunity to use our Greater Good in Action platform to create an intervention that we can test. And so that is how we came up with the Big Joy Project. I'll tell you how it's designed. Anybody who joins fills out a survey that's called the enrollment survey. We ask something about themselves and their lives. We measure their well-being. For 7 days, each day, we give them an exercise or an activity or a practice. And we ask them before and after they do that, how they're feeling. We send the practice to them by email and by text message. And at the end of 7 days, we ask them to fill out a survey again so that we know what the difference is between day 1 and day 8. And we also provide the person with a report, a little visual illustration of how the exercises and activities that they tried had an impact on their well-being. So the Big Joy Project has 7 different exercises, but there's a first one, which is a little bit of a tester, and it's called Share a Laugh. And just so that you can have a feeling for what that's like, I'm going to actually invite you to experience the Share a Laugh. This is a shared amusement practice that is known or has been shown to actually evoke positive emotions in participants. So maybe for a moment, roll your shoulders back, take a deep breath, and this is only 1 minute. Just embrace the sound and yeah, enjoy. Well, I can't hear you in the room, but I'm hoping that what happened is that several of you felt the urge to chuckle yourselves, and that moment really was uplifting. Once a person tries that, we invite them to join the study, and they get 7 more exercises. And one of them is thinking about and writing down 8 things that you're grateful for, or you're posting them into the platform. One of them is thinking a little bit differently in a more distanced way about a moment in your life that might have been more difficult. One of them instructs people to get into a conversation with another person about something positive, about something uplifting, about something inspiring. One of them is a video where you watch something that's really awe-inspiring. Another is actually a deliberate, guided audio meditation on loving kindness and your potential to be an agent of support in the world. One of them invites participants to reflect on their values and to put them into a ranked order and write about how the most important one shows up in their life. And then finally, there's an invitation to engage in kindness, to actually do kind things for other people. So these are the 7 things that people do on a daily basis in the Big Joy program. This is an example of what the surveys look like before and after. So we ask people a number of different questions, but just for example, we measure people's emotions in 3 different families. So the first one is hopeful, optimistic, and encouraged, because we know, for example, that optimism is also a predictor of longevity and health over the lifespan. We ask about awe, wonder and amazement, or awe. There's an emerging science about the importance of that kind of curiosity and wonder. I actually heard Dave Vago in the previous talk, when he was answering questions, talk about the importance of trying something new and being curious and engaging with that sense of wonder. And then the third one is amusement, right? Fun-loving and silliness. It turns out play and levity are very core to the human experience, and the extent to which we can activate that in our lives or experience or prioritize that is a predictor of our ability to be kind to others, right? We know that when we're unable to be kind and experience joy in our own right, it's more difficult to be kind and support others. Each time a person gets an activity in Big Joy, we use this little diagram on the left to ask them to tell us how positive do they feel, how unpleasant do they feel, We give them the exercise and instructions. We offer them a chance to just take notes freely or post whatever is coming to mind. Again, it's a little bit of an invitation to reflect, to have that awareness, to connect with what's happening in their own bodies. And then we ask them again how they're feeling. And this allows us to do some analyses where we can measure the immediate impact of engaging in these kinds of pro-social practices. We invite people in the evening again to tell us how they're feeling and reflect, and to actually give us a little bit of insight into their expectations. One of the things about any kind of activity, exercise, or practice is that if a person believes it's going to work and expects it's going to work, it's going to make them feel better or improve their well-being, it's actually more likely to do that. And so we want to be able to control for that and know that these activities reliably impact people's well-being, regardless of whether they expect them to. At the end of 7 days, when people fill out all of those surveys and answer all of those questions, we create a little feedback leaderboard for them. So on the left, we tell them, how much did your well-being change from day 1 to day 7? How much did it change? We give them also a change in their resilience, how connected they feel, how positive they feel as a result of doing each of these exercises. Remember, one of the ways that we described Big Joy is that it was a citizen science project. And what that means is that we're hoping to give every person who participates some insight into the science themselves. We want them to feel like they're learning and contributing to bigger understanding. And this is one part of that. So the third chart is, which practice seemed to be most impactful for you in terms of your positive and negative feelings? And then finally on the right, we asked people, like, which practice was easiest to do? Or after each practice, was it easy? Did you feel like it was a good fit? And so the hope is that at the end, if there's a lot of variance there, any person can go, you know what? The one that worked best for me was the gratitude list. I'm going to start doing more of that in my daily life now that I've finished this program. Or maybe there are people for whom they all work the same and they have more options and choices. So I'm going to tell you about a little bit of the science that we've done with the data that we gathered from the Big Joy Project. The first is just trying to understand who did this. Like, how well did it work? How many people did we get? We got over 100,000 people from around the globe who engaged with the Big Joy program. In fact, anybody who thinks this might be interesting is welcome to go and join right now, if you like. But this data is from from people who already participated. And what we learned was that actually there is a certain number of demographic factors that predict, and psychological factors that predict whether or not a person is going to join Big Joy and whether or not they're going to continue to stick with it, to persist and do all 7 of the practices. In the program, we call the practices micro acts because they all do take a very brief amount of time. And the idea was we didn't want to make someone feel like they had to commit to a very long and extensive practice, but rather they could just get a little taste and learn something about themselves that might launch a bigger objective or behavior change. So it turns out that people who are a little bit older, people who are from the United States, people who have more privilege tend to be more likely to join and more likely to complete the full 7 days of Big Joy. So there are some things that we're learning about how we might need to shift or adapt or modify the program so that it can be more accessible and interesting and appealing to people who are outside of those demographic factors. But when we looked at impact of the people who did finish, right? So we know that we can pull out people who finished the opening enrollment survey and people who finished the ending survey, and we can compare their well-being from before to after. In fact, we did have a significant improvement in well-being And you can see that only 17,000 people were in this particular sample. People's positive emotions were increased after compared to before. So the after is in light blue highlight and the before is in yellow. People's agency or feeling of control over their happiness. Here we call it happiness, but really it's the same as well-being. But their feeling that I'm in charge, I can play a role in and impact my own happiness was greater after compared to before. People's stress, their perceived stress in life, decreased as a function of doing the Big Joy project. Their health improved as a small improvement, but it's very impressive to show that a person's physical health would improve over 7 days as a result of a very brief behavior each day. So even though it's a very small effect, it's still pretty remarkable. And then people reported that they slept better. So there are all these ways that this brief, combination of different ways of exercising prosociality in order to strengthen connection can improve health and well-being. We also looked at whether there were moderators. So were there other factors that predicted how great a person's benefit would be? And it turns out that, interestingly, the people who tended to drop off were also the ones, if they stayed, tended to benefit more. So younger people who stayed with the whole 7-day program benefited more. They had a bigger improvement to well-being. People who had less privilege, people who reported having high financial strain, they benefited more. People who were not from our most common demographic group, which were white people or Caucasian people from the United States, they benefited more when they stayed along with the program for the full 7 days. And people who had achieved less education benefited more. So there's very interesting things we're learning from what the potential is for practicing activities and exercises that strengthen kindfulness, and how to maybe design it in a way that can be most beneficial to the largest number of people. We were also interested in prosociality, right? Does practicing these exercises make someone more likely to endorse a statement like, I've made people feel cared for and supported? And this chart, or this figure, these 3 different charts show that, in fact, the more activities people did, so if they did 7 activities, all 7 days, there was a bigger change in what we called interpersonal prosociality. That is, I've helped people, I've made people feel cared for, but we were also interested in something called universal prosociality, which is being willing to make sacrifices to your quality of life for the benefit of others' quality of life, people you don't know, or for the benefit of the natural environment. And it turns out that doing these 7 exercises led to a greater endorsement. People were more likely to say, yes, I do feel this way. I am more willing to make sacrifices to my quality of life in service of the natural environment after they had done these 7 micro acts. So again, with each of these studies, I'm sharing with you the lead authors, so Orson Shu from Columbia University and Darwin Guevara, who is a faculty at the Miami University of Ohio. So these are my friends and colleagues. Just for reference purposes, these are the actual citations for where this work has been published. And we have one more study that's in process that is focused on the actual pre-post emotion rating. So remember, every time a person does just one thing, we measure whether they say that they feel more positive or whether how their negative emotions feel, whether that changes. And as a sneak peek, and this is work by Robin Blades, who is a postdoctoral scholar at the University of California, Los Angeles, In fact, each of the activities do reliably and statistically significantly improve positive feelings and reduce negative feelings, and the effect is cumulative. So each time a person does another one, they're more likely to report even increased positive feeling and decreased negative feeling. So that's the Big Joy Project. I'll spend just a few more minutes sharing with you the other program that we're in the midst of studying, which is a 4-week program called the Pathway to Happiness. Much like the Big Joy program, the Pathway to Happiness starts with an enrollment survey. We ask people about themselves and their lives. We also ask people to tell us about their own virtues. How important is something like compassion to them? How important is forgiveness? How important is empathy? How important is for generosity and kindness? And we, of course, assess their well-being. In the Pathway to Happiness, we give a practice each week, and we invite people to do it a couple times. So if the week starts, we might say, okay, this week you're doing a mindfulness meditation, and 2 days later we'll remind them, 2 days later we'll remind them, and at the end of the week we'll ask a couple of questions about whether they did it and how it felt, and then we'll switch to a new practice. And after 4 weeks, we do a closing survey. So again, very experimentally designed so that we can learn something about the impact of engaging with these practices from a global sample for free. The Pathway to Happiness, because it's 4 weeks and there's more flexibility, any person who joins might get one of 31 different exercises. So I'm not going to read through these 4 columns, but there is a richer combination of possibility. The Big Joy Project really just uses 7. Pathway to Happiness, you might get an awe walk as your exercise or your activity. You might get a letting go of anger through compassion guided mindfulness practice. So there are a number of different activities that different people get. And once again, our goal at the Greater Good Science Center, myself and my colleagues, is to try to understand how different practices work, how impactful each one is, whether some work better for some people than others, and whether we can understand the relationship between the impact on kindfulness and the person who joins the program. Are there certain practices that are more beneficial for an individual based on what matters to them and what they care about and who they are? This is all the work that we're trying to understand through this platform. We're still in the early stages of analyzing the data from this work. There are 2 scholars who are close. They've submitted papers to the Journal of Positive Psychology. My colleague Everett Wechsler, he did the same kind of analysis to try to understand who joins and who stays in a full 28-day program based on our demographic and psychological measures. And then Kristen Layus, who is a professor at Cal State University East Bay, was really interested in what happens if we compare people who joined the Pathway to Happiness who got a sequence of activities that fit what they thought they were most interested in or what they had the most skill on, or if we gave them a sequence of activities that addressed what maybe they were not so strong in, right? Should we give people what they don't know how to do, or should we give people what they really like and know how to do and hope that they'll be more likely to do it because it feels like a good fit? Or do we give people what they have a lot of room to grow on? Or is it just random? So the results are forthcoming, comparing those interventions on the Pathway to Happiness. So I just want to remind us that kindfulness is the space of overlap between mindfulness and kindness. And the way to build kindfulness is through activities and exercises and practices that make you more aware of and strengthen your tendency or urge to behave pro-socially, to be pro-social. And this can be through reflective and contemplative and mindfulness exercises, and it can be indirectly through writing exercises or social activities where you're very intentionally behaving in a kind and nurturing and friendly way. And our data is suggesting that these kinds of practices and activities and exercises that may use phrases like may I, you, she, he, or they, and all sentient beings be safe, well, happy, and peaceful. That those kinds of activities that make you think that way and change your orientation to yourself, others, and the world in a way that is kind actually benefits your health and well-being. I want to share all the resources that the Greater Good Science Center makes available for free globally. This slide maybe already has been made available to you, but we teach a lot of courses online. We have multiple pages that are like our Greater Good in Action page that also support people who want to learn more about kindfulness and the relationship between kindfulness and our overall health and well-being. So I'm going to stop there and say thank you for joining this conference and for giving me your attention so generously. I know it's difficult to absorb a presentation that is virtual. I wish I was there in Seoul in person with you. And it means a lot to me to know that I'm able to share the work that I do with my colleagues and the ideas and discoveries that so many other scholars have accomplished in the last 30 and 40 and 50 years that scholars have been studying mindfulness and kindness and pro-sociality. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Now we will begin Q&A session. 네, 멋진 강연이었습니다. 감사드립니다. 저희가 사전 접수를 받을 당시에 몇 가지 질문들도 사전에 함께 선정해 두었습니다. 그 질문 지금 드려보겠습니다. Dr. Emiliana? 이게 좀 테크니컬 딜레이가 있는 것 같아요. Dr. Emiliana, can you hear me now? Dr. Emiliana?
Okay.
Yeah. When we took a pre-registrations for this event, we also collected some questions in advance. I'd like to ask you one of those selected questions now. Got it? First question is, when someone struggles with self-criticism, what would be a good way to shift into self-compassion?
Thank you. That is such a wonderful question. Whoops. One second. Okay, thank you. When you're struggling with self-criticism, how can you move into or strengthen self-compassion? Well, my answer to that is that kindfulness, if you remember connection, when I first introduced it, there were 3 types of connection. There was connection to yourself, and connections to others, and connection with community and beyond, connection with others in a broader and collective way. And pro-sociality is the mechanism that motivates and drives us to connect in those ways. But pro-sociality doesn't mean only investing in the welfare of others, yourself through a time of difficulty, so that your children see that that is the healthy and normal thing to do. That's my favorite answer to that question. Of course, other opportunities or options are to present media that exemplifies kindfulness. So you have a choice of things to watch on television or on other digital sources, or books to read. And as a parent, now that you understand what kindfulness is, and you have a relationship to how to actually find ways to be kind and to recognize kindness and mindfulness, make sure that that's the kind of content and media that you are presenting, giving, and sharing with your children. So modeling, role modeling, giving, sharing, offering, and together engaging with media and content that exemplifies kindfulness feels like the most promising way to inculcate those values and that attitude in children.
Thank you for your precious lecture and Q&A session. Thank you once again. 네, 멋진 강연 그리고 명쾌한
Thank you very much and for your clear and insightful lecture and Q&A session. The speaker was Emilia Thomas. So please give her a big round of applause.
네, 친사회적 실천이
So she discussed the important effects of kindfulness, and she also explained the specific programs that run by the GGIS. The program seemed very impressive. We've been, it's already lunchtime now. I'm informing you where you can have lunch. So you can eat in the campus, or you can find the restaurants around. And I'd like to thank everyone who attended this conference from very early. So we will meet again at this venue at 1:30 for the third session. Thank you very much. 네. 치우고 먹어야 될 것 같아요.
생기면 저것이 생기고 이것이 없어지면 저것도
자, 그럼 제6회 서울 국제
Now let us
명상
begin
엑스포
the afternoon session
2025
of the 6th Seoul International Meditation Expo Day 2 under the theme The Social Value of Meditation.
시작하겠습니다. 세 번째
Our
세션은
third session
대학
will be presented by
병원
Professor
방사선
Jeon
전미선 교수님께서
Department of Radiation Oncology at Ajou
암진공자에서
University
심신요법,
Hospital under the
명상의
theme
적용,
Application of Mind-Body
진료실에서
Therapy or
호스피스
Meditation
완화
in
의료까지
Cancer
라는
Survivors
주제로
from the
준비해
Clinic to
주셨습니다.
Hospice and
무대로
Palliative
모시겠습니다.
Care.
여러분,
Please
큰
welcome her to
박수
the stage with a
부탁드립니다.
big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까? 저는 소개받은 대학병원 저는 암을 전문으로 하는
Hello, everyone.
정신의학과 교수입니다.
I'm a professor at Ajou
그림으로
University.
다시 좀 소개하고자 합니다.
Ajou University Hospital. I want to explain first with these pictures here on the slide. As I take care of cure cancer patients,
을 알게 되었습니다. 또 그러면서 이제 어떤
I learned a
인연으로
lot of
깊은
things,
이완을 유도하는
and I got interested in
그리고
autogen
한의학
training
기술도
and
배워서
traditional
이런 이제
Korean medicine,
생생관계 그리고
the
태국권
physical
기공을 또 공부하다
existence,
보니까
and also
기계술은
studied
등도
Tai
이제
Chi
관심을
and
갖게
Qigong.
되었고 마음 건강을 하기 위해서
So improve, they improve patients' mind landscape. I also learned meditation programs. I also attended conferences hosted with the Dalai Lama, and that which led to me studying meditation meditation teacher training course. So for years I've been interested in complementary medicine and integrative medicine. These are, it is quite wide known, these medicines across the society and worldwide, and they also have a very evidence-based. They are evidence-based and very helpful to treating patients. They seem to effective also to improve the relationship between patient and doctors. So, all these learnings help me to treat the patients in the hospital, and I want to share my stories. So I'm going to talk about whole person health. When we only treat, we only spend just a short time for each patient. However, environmental and doctors' care and attention plays a critical role in the improvement of the patient's health. When I treat cancer, when we look into the, how many, the percentage of the survivor of the patient, there are some things we should take into account, and we found that the patient is depressed or social connection is weak, if they feel lonely or their economic status is low, then those things affect their health. So I think you understand that we need this whole person treatment. And in Europe, it happened much earlier. And in 1992, in the United States, started to this way of medicine. And in 20 years later, like 2013, we group it in 3 categories. So first is natural product, second is mind-body healing, and these are the details. So acupuncture, massage therapy, and many things are included in those 3 groups. So in 2014, we have this. The name of the medicine was changed into complementary and integrative health.
센터 이름도 바뀌게 되었습니다.
So in the spirit of that,
지금
we
이렇게
have to take care of the
빨간
patient
글씨로
in a
표현하는 거는
more
실은
holistic
미국의
way. You know,
많은
you see the
암센터에는
letters
지금
marked
이렇게
in red.
환자를 관리하는 통합의학센터가 있고
In the United
그중에서
States,
가장
they
흔하게
have
사용하는
these same medical
요법들입니다.
centers that treat the patient
그래서
with
도표를
these
쉽게
red-colored
보더라도 이 밑에 있는
practices.
우리가 약이나
So if you look at the graph in the below,
예, 약이나 수술처럼
just
의료진이 하는 거
like
외에도
medicine
영양부터 몸과
or
마음을 다스리는
treatment,
다양한 요법들이 있는 것을
we are
볼 수 있고
deploying many
명상은
kinds
이제
of
그
therapies that we
신체와
can
정신
take
건강
care
사이에
of the
있는
mind and
이유는
body
우리
at the
걷기
same time.
명상처럼
For example, walking
행동과 함께
meditation,
아마
such
하는 것으로
practices
해서
it can
가운데
be
표시되어
practiced
있는 것
also in
같습니다.
everyday life of patient.
이렇게 통합의학적인
So-
건강 관리 내지는 시스템을 갖춘 몇 개의 책을
So I'm going to
소개하고자 합니다.
introduce some books
이
that
책은 닥터
introduce this
해리스가
integrative
스탠포드의
medicine.
수학과 의사인데
So this
공공의료에서
writer, the
왜
author of
이들은
this
이렇게
book,
키가
is
작고
a
많이
doctor at
아플까
Harvard University or
관심을 가지게
something, and
되었습니다.
he
또
was
물론
interested
그
in
전에도
why
이
a patient,
아이들이
why
그
some
어려서
kids
성폭행 내지는 주변의
are
환경이
so
나쁘고
sick. And
뭐
when
신체적
he looked into
폭행 등 여러
their
가지 트라우마가
environment, they
있으면
found that
질병이
these
많다는
kids
것을 알고
are
더 주의할
traumatized,
거는
from
이런
rapes
것들이
or
경제력
bad
상관없이
environmental,
흑인 아니면 경제력
support
상관없이
around them.
이제
So
그 가정의
this
3분의 2에서 어떤
two-thirds
트라우마들을
of
갖고
their
있다는 겁니다.
families of
그래서
these
이렇게
kids
질병이 있는 것을 이제
were
해서
troubled.
그분은 한 걸음 더 나가서
And then he took a
샌프란시스코에
step
웰니스
further.
센터를
He
만들어서
established a wellness
스트레스
center in
관리와
San Francisco
그리고
and
스트레스
focused on
반응을
stress
조절해주는
management
것도
and
가르쳐주고
regulation,
쉽게 성절 검사를 함으로써
regulation
수면,
therapies.
운동, 그리고
So,
영양,
and he
마음
included
챙김,
like
명상의 요소,
sleeping,
정신 건강,
physical
건강한
activities,
관계.
nutrition,
앞서
mindfulness.
얘기한
He included
홀
all the
헬스를
these things to
실천하는 그런
practice
센터입니다.
holistic medicine.
또 이거는
This is
이렇게
the center.
지키면
This is
우리가
the
노화도 덜
rule
되고
that he
암도
run his
예방되는
center. So
어차피
this kind
우리
of practice
건강을 지키는 데
prevents
중요한
aging
요소임을
and
알 수
also
있습니다.
improve your health.
또 하나는
Another
닥터
book
노스롭은
is
산부인과 의사로서
another book was
많은 환자들이
written by a
오는데
doctor nurse.
대개는
He sees many
수술이나 약으로
patients.
치료한다면 그분들의 질병이
Usually,
뭔가
patients were treated
몸에서
with the
말을
medicine with
해주는
surgery.
것이라고
However, he
알고
found that his
대화를
words
통해서
and conversation,
트라우마를
one
해결하고
conversation
그리고 생활
and
습관을
attention to the
개선해서
patient
약이나
leads
수술
them
없이
to cure
치료하는
better.
많은
So he
사례들을
led many
얘기하고
patients to
있으며
be cured
이분이 얘기하는 거는 치유는
without
진정한
surgery.
의미는 개인의
So
삶에서부터
the
시작돼야 된다. 저는 이
real
전에 이걸
healing
책을 보기 전에도
happens.
뭐 뒤에서 말씀드리지만 환자의
I
암
will
걸리기 이전에 여러
address this
가지
later in the later
이슈들이
part of the
영향을
lecture.
준다는 것도
Now, there
알고
are so many
있어서
issues that
제가
affect the
레지던트
patient's
때보다는 지금 훨씬 많이
health
환자하고
condition.
얘기를
So
하게 되고
now I
진단
get
이전에
into a
어떤
conversation with
질병이
patients
어떤
more
시기에 어떤
frequently.
트라우마가 있는지
I
이런
try to
것을
get to
이제
know what
파악하고
kind of
있습니다.
trauma they have and how they
하나만 더
feel. And
말씀드리자면
one more book that I want to
하버드에서는
introduce is that
1930년대에 이미
in 1930s,
800명이
already in
넘는
Harvard,
업계
they
학생들 플러스 주변의
ran a
남성
study
여성
on
여러 대상자를 포함해서
on
꾸준히
subjects
80년간 이상
over 80
추적
years.
관찰해온
They've
결과들을
been following
발표했습니다.
them to study their wellness.
2003년도에는
In
건강하기
2003,
위해서는 우리가 잘 아는 생활 습관,
they found
안정된
that
결혼
lifestyle
생활
or
등등을 이제
stable
필요하다고
marriage
했다면
were very
그다음에
required. They found that
2013년도에는
those things were very
행복의 의미에
required for
사랑이
happiness.
필요하고
However,
사랑을
nowadays,
받는 경험이
caring
중요하다.
and being
실제로
cared,
그런
this
환자들도 많이
experience
보고요.
are
어려서
most
부모님을
important.
일찍 두실 부모
And
하면
those who
자기
lost their
자식의
parents
손도
at
못
early
잡아주는
age,
환자도
those
많습니다.
people do not even
그래서
hold
이와
their
같이
kids'
행복은
hands.
사랑을 통해서만 온다고
So
강조하고
happiness
있고
only can come,
최근에
it
나온
can be achieved
2023년도
with
탐구 보고서에서는
love.
이제
So this is
관계성을
another book that I want to
중요시했다.
introduce.
우리 고독이
Connection
아까
in the
밤에도
relationship,
영향을
interpersonal
미치지만
relationship
이렇게
is the
일상에서도
most important
우울감,
in our
사망률
lives.
관계된다는 거. 그래서 사람의 관계가 중요하다.
So social
저는 이것의
relationship is the
결론은
most
우리의
important.
마음의
So I see
성장,
the conclusion of this book
영적
is that
건강을
for
찾는 그런 것이
in a-
아닌가 생각했습니다.
our spiritual wellness is the
아까
most
말씀드린
important
트라우마
also.
내지는 여러 스트레스들이 신체적으로
So
정신적으로 문제를 일으킬
Stress
수
causes a lot of
있다고
trouble
하고
in our
그거를
body
이제
and mind,
실험적으로도 많은
and
연구를
it
했는데
was proven
예전에는
by
흡수를
many research.
틀린다거나
So in old days, you give hard time to rage, give a stress to rage. However, as you see here, recently, stress
생각에 따라서 선택에 따라서
can be
효과가 달라질 수
can
있다는
have different
것을
effects
이제
depending on our
얘기하기
thoughts and
시작했습니다.
choices.
많이들 이제 들으셨을 거고
I
많이
think
하는
you've heard
연구
of this
중에
a lot, and one of the most famous research is that Dr. Crum,
시트 갈고
when
청소하고 하시는 분의
research
반에는
on
여러분들이 하는
hotel
일이
room
어떤
attendance,
운동 효과가 있는지 얘기를 해주고 반에는 얘기를 해주지 않았습니다.
he told
한 달 후에
half of them,
운동 효과가 있다고
those
들은 사람만들이
those jobs,
효과가
that job
있었습니다.
has working effective
낮아지고.
exercising effect, and half of them was not aware of the fact. Then those who knew that their working hours actually helped their physical health actually showed improvement in their health. So you also need to change your way of thinking, that these things, the things that you do every day in your every day can give good can positively affect your daily life.
특히 저희 환자들
So,
저를 포함한 우리
many people, including
나라의
me,
문화적인 것 때문에 감정을 억누르고 많이
people
삽니다.
live under a lot of oppression. They suppress their emotions. If I just endure it, everything will get better. This is the idea that many people have. However, oppression of emotion leads to a high rate of health conditions.
코로나 시기에
During the
코로나를 앓고
pandemic,
유난히 길게 앓는
those who didn't cured from the virus over a shorter period, we look into the effect. Those who suffered longer, they had there's a feeling of loneliness. So their effect, their emotional state was like influenced by a high level of depression. Inflammation develops into chronic inflammation without knowing in the process. So recently we got this, when you are good at, people who are too sensitive are prone to health conditions, and the patients know themselves. And these people need to change their idea that these people are more able to be aware. So the conclusion is that we need to help them to improve their awareness, to be more sensitive to their illness.
So we had a patient who had radiology treatment and also went through cancer treatment after getting breast cancer. She was a 44-year-old woman, and she told me that she had feeling a bit under the weather for a few days, and where she had her surgery, it became very red. So she went through some testing, and we use. So there's some inflammatory issues in with her, but we told them the treatment may cause some type of inflammatory reaction. However, I told the patients another thing. So I also asked the questions to see what made the inflammatory situation worse. She told me that she was exercising, did not have any sleeping issues, but I realized that there's something that actually made her suffer because of her physical or mental status. And then I found out that she was taking care of her mother for a month because her mother was ill. It was not a simple caretaking, but she actually went to the emergency room for 3-4 times, and her mother was hospitalized, which meant that she lacked sleep and she also felt anxiety. So the patient actually made a conclusion of herself that her mental status may cause inflammatory reactions to her body as well. So I thought that it's really important to ask the patients questions in order for them to find out what causes some mental issues. So the research is take form into showing that small stress may also affect the patient's status. So we made a survey with having mice to put in stressful situations, and it was just small sort of stress. However, we found out that even if the stress was just a little bit, the mice was not able to cure well if they had a scar or tissue. And also for ovary cancer patients, we found out that the environment around the patient also affected the progress of the cancer. And Dr. Rutin Dov continues to carry out studies on the cancer patients and patients who had a lot of stress and had mental related issues, found out that the prospects of the cancer was not so well and it becomes worse. And they have carried out some cognitive scientific treatment, and we found out that their mental status improved and therefore relieved their physical illness. So again, so we should keep in mind that we should not just end in thinking that cancer patients may have depression, but with regards to, for example, if you have some lethal disease such as pancreatic cancer, if you are stressed, it increases the possibility, the prospects of of death. And you can see that if you are able to manage the mentality, it decreases the rate of death. So if we tell this to the patients, the patients are able to accept it. In the past, patients did not really like to actually go to see a psychiatrist because they were afraid to admit their mental illness. However, nowadays it's now possible for the patients, and they're actually willing to see the doctor. And for breast cancer, the prospects are quite well these days, and therefore we have a lot of students who come for retrospective treatment, and if they recurs, we find out that there are some events that actually affected them socially and mentally. For example, they were frauded, and we actually conducted a survey of this, and we researched this using mice as well. So we actually put in some dormant cancer to the rats, and we found out that we put them under stress, the cancer elements actually grow in the mice. So in the United States, there's a Society of Integrated Health have carried out a guideline depending on the therapies and medicines and different types of cancers, and we found out that yoga and acupuncture is actually helpful. And as for breast cancer students, there are some issues as depression and anxiety, and there are some meditation and stress care management such as yoga was quite helpful for them. Now we took a step forward, and in 2023 and 2024 we divided into the different levels of the treatment. In the beginning, the middle, and the end, there's also a guideline for the treatment of the mentality of the patient, so we may be able to use this. So overall, when we took a look at this, it is already mentioned, but we can see that there are some positive effects psychologically for the patients, and this has been announced, and we could confirm that these are actually helpful for the patients. However, it's very difficult for patients to actually sit down and meditate because they are weak and they don't have the energy, and they might really realize the necessity of this. In particular, for younger generations, although they know that meditation is very popular among the people, but I actually induce them to actually move more and engage in bodily activity. For example, yoga is a movement meditation. You are able to observe your body, and because every action is carried out very slowly, it is helpful for you to find out what your body is like, and it is helpful for soothing the symptoms and helping your mentality. So some people are very active, some people are very introvert, and age may also be a matter of consideration. So depending on these different factors, we recommend different activities. So we found out we are trans the importance of and the effectiveness of this as well. So even when I teach students, the attitude towards a patient is very important. And for last stage cancer patients, if we are more attentive to them, they have a more highly likelihood of survival. And this is also, you can also see that the also have like Ajou University where I'm under. We're very interested in the integrative and the complementary and integrative health system, and therefore in Korea we have 13 integrative health system in a lot of the hospitals, and when the patients actually come, we think about what kind of stress they are going, whether, and we have also added the religious aspects of the items to measure the stress. So the program because of COVID-19 became online, so it may be distribute even further. And on the top is walking meditation and walking right, and therefore providing something more active to the patients and going further. And for example, Ajou University has a mountain on the back, so we have a course where stations can actually walk up the mountains as well and hike to the mountains. So there's different types of programs, and we carry out these kind of dual meditation programs. To give you a bit of a background, a lot of the cancer patients are very anxious and concerned, and they don't really realize how concerned and anxious they are. So it's very important to actually have them acknowledge it. And even for me, when I meditate, I think about what relaxes me, and it was very helpful for me. So other than what doctors do, the Harvard University
I told you, experience forms our personality, the self. we can see it in this movie with very insightful pictures. Here, a teenager appears with a lot of anxiety,
불안에 떨어서 미친 듯이 돌아가는 그런 영상이 나옵니다.
and there's also seen that this anxiety spins with extreme fear to win in a competition.
뒤에는 많은 믿음, 관념, 개념들이 있을 거고.
So these fears and emotions have a lot of thought and biases behind them. So if you just aware them and just cut it out, then it's the beginning of our awareness. So we can also, in the movie, we can see the stream of consciousness. So it is to explain that we have this capacity to watch and observe the stream of consciousness. So this is the movie Soul. This is this character is named Lost Soul.
수백 년 동안 있었던 그런 것도 보여주고 다음 생을 준비하는
So this, the souls who prepare for the next life, thinks that the earth, this life on earth is like a school where you learn things.
80대 노인 할머니고 폐암이고 이제 몇 개월 안 남으셨어요.
There was a patient in her older age. She had this cancer. She had only had a few months to live after diagnosed with the cancer. When I asked what's most difficult to do with, then she says about her husband. Then I tell her to let it go. I ask her if she wants to repeat in the next life. Then I write her a phrase that she should repeat to herself, that I love my husband and I love myself. So I sent her with that message. So all these studies that I went through helped me to treat a patient better. So in here, the meaning of life is to be able to aware every moment and to find happiness in it. I cannot explain all of this, but if you look here, in this case, there was a patient who didn't heal very well after the surgery. However, her husband was ill. So what I'm saying here is that there is always another reason behind these symptoms. So another patient was very irritable and they got angry. So another doctor sent her to me. So I helped to do some meditative practices. Then she got much better after 6 months. So there was an anger issue she accumulated from childhood. So after the treatment, we see improvement in her. So here, the important thing is the connection with the patient and the physician. So in this case, she says that after the MRI scan, she had a severe headache. So it was actually nothing to do with the MRI. And I asked what happened before that, and she said nothing happened except the MRI scan. Can you see the scar on her forehead? I asked about it, and she said when she was 8 months old, she got an accident, and she had that accident got traumatized. So that was the symptoms she described with the MRI scan stemmed from that experience in the childhood. And a little boy came to me. He complained about insomnia. When I told her mother about autogen training, and it helped him a lot, and he got better sleep. And the way that I treat these little kids is to let them draw their emotions. And I said this rocket seems weak, however, the flare seems so strong. And he explained that the flare is his anger. So what do you want to do about it? I asked, and he said,
너도 다치고 걔도 다치고.
and I explained that with this flare, it affects everyone, it harms everyone. And then he said he would get better and he want to achieve his dreams, etc. So
병원 방문 때마다 느끼는 그런 부작용을
So this patient, we treat the patients when they come with the side effects. In this case, she takes medicine for her anxiety, and it got worsened with her cancer diagnosis. So we try to use a gratitude journal activity. She allowed me to use this material, these pictures, and her positivity level improved, and I'm gonna see her next week once more. So this is a different patient. This patient has to go back to the work, but this patient cannot sleep, doesn't have time to meditate, and I do some writing activity with the patient. Recurrence doesn't open very much, and if recurrence occurs, what can I do? I try to impose some meanings and propose in the patient's life. This is the way that I try to help the patient. And in the outpatient clinic, we try to use autogene training.
조금 길게 보는 편이고요. 활용하고 있습니다. 그래서 이제 이완 명상 프로그램들을
So for the relaxation and meditation class, I've actually carried this out since 2012, and it started at regional center, and I just took in patients who actually came here because some patients just couldn't come because they are not feeling well. But since the COVID-19, it became online, so it was 1-to-1 or 1-to-2. But nowadays we provide 6-week courses sessions for the patients. Nowadays we carry this out in 8:30, but as mentioned before, the first week is for gradual muscle relaxation, and we teach breath meditation, and also we have a body scan to know about your body. So we emphasize these 3 different types of it. So for people who don't really have a lot of time, can take the beginner course. It takes about 2.5 hours. We provide a little bit of food, and we manage the anxiety of the students and patients, and patients can participate anytime. By carrying these kind of programs along with the treatment at the hospital, we add another element if we find out that something is better, and that is why the program is getting sophisticated, more detailed over time. And for the courses, a lot of the people who work cannot really participate, and therefore we provide a 6:30 a.m. program, and we have about 30 to 40 patients who actually participate. And rather than saying that this program was successful, I would like to say that it is needed for a lot of the people. So many of the participants provided feedback that they actually feel this is very necessary. And there's many different types of body scan that people can carry out, and there are a lot of patients who are able to deal with their insomnia that was not possible with medication. So I think this is very helpful for the patients managing their mentality. And during COVID-19, a lot of the staff in the hospital had a really difficult time. So in the hospital, we started these courses to the staff of the patients. We put facial masks at first for the other management level staff, and then we provided this to other staff as well. So we have empathetic or compassive fatigue, and we provided treatment that can prevent these kind of fatigue. And we also provided 8-week meditation course for the staff to make it more robust. And to conclude, we have a program for the hospice staff meditation and for the family as well. So the brief family support meeting is also provided by us as well. So I thought about what I could do to provide help to the families with regards to meditation to help them. When I go and ask them, there are some people who cry their eyes out. For example, yesterday I actually had met the third family, but it was a bit better for them. But what I realized that it differs depending on the family. But I start out by walking meditation, and then they find out that, or I started by eating meditation, and we find out that while they're eating, they don't think about the sadness, but think about themselves, that you need to exist in order for the others to exist, and you are there yourself as it is, and you just have to let things go from time to time. And patients actually realizes, and I get feedback that it was helpful for them too as well. So forming relationships and to make things not too deep and to make it a bit light is very helpful, and we emphasize different things depending on different groups. And we also, in the end, we try to increase the gamma waves and to emphasize love and gratitude. So I would like to thank all my patients for everything. Thank you.
네, 멋진 강연이었습니다.
Thank you for the
감사드립니다.
wonderful lecture. Thank you.
네, 이제 질문 답변
So
시간인데요.
now it's time for
현장에 계신
Q&A.
여러분들께
We want to open the
질문을
floor for
하겠습니다.
questions.
좋은 강연 들으시면서 여러분 개인적으로
So if you have any personal questions or questions about the lecture, then please
자신 있게 한번 손 들고
raise your hand
질문해 주시기 바랍니다.
and go ahead.
크게 들어주세요.
Raise your
저쪽
hand all the way.
우리
I
가운데
see.
계신 우리 하얀
I
옷
see
입은
white
예,
T-shirt
여성분
in the middle.
가운데 계시네요.
In
가운데.
the middle. Hello.
전미선 교수님, 일단 암으로 고통받는 환자분들에게 이렇게 명상을 적용해서
It's very nice to know that you treat cancer patients with meditation. What I want to ask is that you are working at Ajou Medical Center, and this is utilize these meditation techniques to help patients. However, you know, I think the most important part is that Korean hospitals accept these meditation therapies in therapy just like the American hospitals have been doing. So I wonder, the discussion about adopting this meditation into hospitals has gone, how far the discussion has gone. The answer is that there's no discussion. The people, our colleagues, there are people who are interested in practicing this kind of method, but the people do not seem to have much room to exercise this kind of thing. So
질문만 더 받도록 하겠습니다. 다음 연사분이 기다리고 계셔서요.
So we will take just one more question from the floor.
거기 방금
So
손
there
들어주시기
is a person raising their hand in the middle. Can you please pass the mic over to them? Thank you very much for your inspiring lecture. So in some ways, I know that you are a doctor, but when you look at the activities of you, it's something that psychiatrists and psychologists would do. So I respect that very much. So these roles, as you have mentioned, it costs a lot for doctors to actually carry out, and therefore, clinical psychiatrists or psychologists may work in collaboration with you. Now, is there a network that has been established, and which part are you collaborating with? In fact, the psychiatric doctors are just very busy, and because we had some medical crisis within Korea, it also became very more serious. So I have a hotline in Korea. We have a famous professor called Jo Sun-mi, and in some cases, I called my colleague and asked them, and through a hotline, if my patient worries about the suicide of his son, then I act as fast as possible. So I have my own network. So we have a clinic for mental health and mindfulness, and therefore our hospital has a very good network for this. And because my major is about treating really active, I do have some time to actually take care of the students and to take care of this. So if we do not hit the fundamentals of this, as the OBGYN doctor has said, it will just go back in stage 0 and keep on repeating only. So therefore, I try to deep delve into this. So is there any psychology association that may be expanded into these kind of factors? Do you have any willingness or interest into expanding this? Of course, if the opportunity comes, I would, but I feel a bit too old for them. But then I'm just very busy just talking to and interacting with the patients. So I'm very good at the consultating the cancer patients. They come from not just in Seoul, but other places as well. So whenever a patient comes, I meet them for 30 to 40 minutes. And there are some patients who just cannot let go of their buried family, their deceased families for months. And therefore, because I major in cancer, I'm very interested in the symptoms and the effects of the cancer has on the family and the patient themselves. So thank you very much for the lecture and your clear answers. Thank you very much. Please give Jeon, the professor, a big round of applause. So she has actually mentioned about the mental health as well as the care health to increase the quality of the lives of the patients. So for the sake the Meditation Expo, a lot of people have actually participated. This conference is provided through online. A lot of people are participating online as well. And we would also like to ask other people who have not participated today in person to participate through online platform. So this is the 4th session. It's about MB-EAT. We have Jeon Christeller, doctor, to actually give a presentation on the MB-EAT, wise and healthy way of managing yourself. So this presentation is, we also have a activity here for the during the lecture. So please give Dr. Jeon Christen a big round of applause.
Thank you so much for welcoming me, for inviting me, for welcoming me. I am so happy to be here. I've heard so many wonderful presentations and just feel blessed and honored to be able to be part of this program. I want to, let's see, we've got here. I want to start by acknowledging some of the people that I have worked with over the years at my own university, Indiana State University. My first name is one of my graduate students, and then my colleagues there. I'll be sharing data, research data from a very large study from NIH that I could not have done without Dr. Ruth Walliver, who is at Duke University, who is now at Vanderbilt University. And then our next set of NIH-funded studies those Duke studies were also NIH-funded, were at the University of California, San Francisco. My primary colleague was Dr. Alyssa Eppel, but also other associates of hers played incredible, valuable roles in all of this research. We're going to have 2 parts to this program. And more of the first part is actually going to be giving you some experiential sense of what we mean by mindful eating. And then the next part, and I will be talking about some of the theory, also some of our research findings, but then I'm going to go back into the research that we have done. And by that point, you'll have a better understanding of what the program involves. For this next set of slides, what I want you to do is just look at them. Notice what your feelings are. Notice what your reactions are. You'll see what I mean in a moment. How hungry are people here? We just had lunch. Perhaps not that very hungry. So look at that. I have a close Korean colleague in my department of psychology at Indiana State University who helped me get those pictures, I want to say. That is not an American hamburger. Do you want that more or less? So there's no right or wrong answer to how much you might want any one of those dishes or when you would want it. But it is helpful to notice what is calling you. It's also helpful to notice serving sizes. This is a bit of a joke, but in the US, what we call supersizing it has really become an important part of people's choices in food. And I'll be talking about why that has some problems. I've never even seen a hamburger like that, but I do understand they exist. Can't imagine eating it. But then now let's go to the question, what is mindless eating and snacking? Does anybody here ever eat mindlessly? We all do, at times. But how do we perhaps do it less rather than more? What is it? Not paying attention to our physical hunger signals, eating for all other kinds of reasons, which we will do. The food is there. It's noon, it's time for lunch. Well, I had breakfast at 9, I'm not that hungry, but it's time for lunch. Thoughts, I deserve this. Feelings, stressed. Actually, one of the most frequently identified triggers for eating in high school students was boredom. It's also a pretty high one for other people too. Not paying attention to the quality of taste, both at first and as it decreases. Why eat something if you're not tasting it? You might enjoy it more if you do. Or perhaps realize you're eating something you don't like very much. Not paying attention to how full you are. Keeping on eating just because the food is there. Until you're actually uncomfortable. And choosing foods without considering the nutritional value at all. The calories, the fat content, the health effects. We actually make hundreds of small decisions every day about what we want to eat. When, where, what, how much, etc. When do I take the next bite? And which type of food do I choose? And having had the pleasure of eating Korean food for the last few days, and I have been here once before, so I knew what to expect and was looking forward to it. Lunch, we had 10 different foods served to us. I think might have been more. And so choosing those mindfully can actually help us enjoy the food more rather than less. How many of these decisions, though, are highly habitual, conditioned reactions and virtually mindless? So the most common solution to this type of, when it's overeating and you've perhaps put on an extra 20 pounds, I'm sorry, I don't know the kilogram equivalents, 20 pounds, 30 pounds, 50 pounds, 200 pounds, like some of my clients, is going on a diet, and another one, and another one, and another one. Now, they may help in the short term, restricting your food to a much smaller amount, perhaps going from 3,000 calories a day or more, you know, some of the super eaters, a lot more, down to 1,200 calories. You're going to lose weight. You're going to get mad at yourself when you break your diet, which you will do, but you will lose weight if you stay with it. And you may also learn things about healthier alternatives. But you get set up in what I call the good food, bad food mentality. So you're constantly judging yourself. There's a huge sense of deprivation. Almost anybody I've ever talked to, and I will also include myself on that, I've been on a few. This is the main issue. Diets don't teach you how to eat in a balanced or flexible or sustainable way. That's the last one. They cannot be sustained because you're not getting enough food in your body to lose that weight, to keep that going, and you don't learn how to eat at perhaps more consistent with what your long-term goal weight would be. So, as I say, you know how to eat 3,000 calories, you know how to eat half that amount. You don't learn how to eat at a place in the middle that is sustainable, that is fun, that includes every kind of food, but probably in smaller amounts. So the alternatives. There's probably more than just this program, but this is what I'm going to be sharing with you. And I developed this program over the years in several different ways that I will be sharing. So that's what MB Eats stands for, Mindfulness-Based Eating Awareness Training. So mindful eating is paying attention to those physical hunger signals and other eating triggers. Yes, I'm bored, but am I hungry? Okay, I'm bored and I'm hungry. So, okay, this is good. I'll have something to eat. Paying closer attention to taste, closer attention to fullness, considering the nutritional values of the food you're eating, and I'll be coming back to this. Fully enjoying your food while you're eating it. Not playing a computer game at the same time, not watching television. If you're eating, eat. If you're eating, enjoy. And this last one, I always get people looking puzzled. Leaving food on your plate if you've had enough. When I work with my group or I'm teaching and I say, how do you know when you're done? When my plate is clean. Well, maybe you didn't know how full you were going to get when you put the food on your plate. Or maybe you didn't put it on your plate. Somebody else did. Believe me, the chef in the kitchen has no idea how hungry you are and how much you need. And it's about creating a better balance between eating your body and the rest of your life that I will be coming back to. So here are some of the research foundations for mindful eating. I started this work because I had, when I was still a doctoral student a long time ago, I will give acknowledgments. It was at Yale University. There were some fantastic people I was able to work with. Tuning into research that was being done on the differences between people responding to their inner signals. As I've mentioned, how hungry are you? How full are you? How much do you actually want and like the food? And those external triggers for eating. This was basic research back, you can see the dates there, 1981. Taste, hunger, fullness, satiety, and taste. Dr. Linda Bartoshuk was doing the cutting edge work, and she was at Yale, and I was discovering how much that was being explored. But what I also found is that they were looking at general population. It wasn't being applied to people with eating issues. Partly because the people doing it were not people working with patients with eating problems, whereas that was what I was being trained to do. So what are healthier, flexible eating and eating disorders? I did a study with Dr. Judith Roden, where I created a survey of how were the undergraduates, whom we had access to, deciding how to relate to their food, or reporting to us how they related to their food. And we found 4 separate groups. There was one group that I called balanced eaters. And interestingly enough, they said, yes, I eat more if I'm stressed. You know, I didn't think I did very good on that test today, and so I went and got an ice cream cone. But they balanced it out. And then there was a group, mostly women, who agonized over it. 2 groups of women. One group that agonized over it, but they didn't have any kind of eating disorder. And then another group that did have eating disorders, but they were still not relaxed about their eating. And so I got a lot of understanding of how flexible, healthier eating patterns can be. They aren't black and white, they aren't rigid, they are flexible. And people would enjoy those ice cream cones. There was then growing knowledge about mindfulness meditation and treatment of anxiety, depression, and addictive disorders. My professor at Yale, Dr. Gary Schwartz, one of his students, Richard Davidson, who you've seen actually been referred to a number of times while he was still professor at Harvard, was doing really brilliant, they were doing brilliant work on the psychological value of mindfulness meditation. Although I had actually already been introduced to meditation, some of you may know this, it was transcendental meditation. It had a huge value and effect on me, but I was just becoming aware of mindfulness meditation and frankly was being drawn to it more than the work I was been doing with transcendental meditation. That first study down there, that isn't working, though was also a study where we found that undergraduates that we taught mantra-based meditation, drawn from TM, Transcendental Meditation, was in 3 sessions, 3 brief sessions, over a 2-week period, we could train undergraduates at the University of Wisconsin to lower their heart rates by just giving them 3 experiences of mindfulness meditation, of mantra-based meditation. And then when I started working with John Kabat-Zinn at the University of Massachusetts Medical School, we found that the effects on anxiety, which had been, we knew that meditation helped with anxiety. What we found in this study was that it actually took people who had anxiety disorders, and within the 8 weeks of the program, actually cured most of them, which was amazing. And then a number of years later, after I left UMass Medical School and went to Indiana State University, I had the opportunity to work further with John Kabat-Zinn's program, and we found huge value and effects on people's spiritual well-being. And in a way that showed that that increase in spiritual engagement was powerful in actually improving the increase in some of the other effects of the mindfulness meditation program. And we found that also in the MBE program. I'll come back to a little more detail about some of these studies, as I said, a little later. So again, to come back to some of the theory, mindlessness is that habitual reactivity. We all have it. We all need it. Our brains work extremely quickly. And that's fine, that's good. We're constantly looking for information around us to make use of and respond to or react to. And we attach meaning to it. Is it good? Is it bad? Do I want more? Do I want less? Am I craving something, or am I going to do the best I can to avoid it? There's a spider crawling across the floor, and it's a big one. And much of that happens actually without that much awareness. You're starting to cross a street, and suddenly you hear the horn. You want to back up as quickly as possible. Not stand there and, do I want to back up or not? Better get out of the way. So reactions are triggered as rapidly as possible. When that reactivity happens, though, and we do become aware of it, there is a sense of loss of control often, loss of choice, and emotional distress. So to come back to the value of mindfulness now. This is a definition offered by John Kabat-Zinn, who is often considered the father of contemporary mindfulness-based clinical work in the United States and elsewhere. Mindfulness, moment-to-moment, non-judgmental, very important word, awareness cultivated by paying attention. We've been hearing about this from so many of our previous speakers in the last 2 days. I've added to this some. A cognitive state marked by attentional stability that disengages those habitual reactions and allows for inner wisdom to emerge. Is this completely new to psychology? Not really. But this is part of what I love about what is being contributed to psychology from Eastern philosophies. This is William James, who is often considered the father of psychology. Each of us literally chooses by his way of attending to things what sort of universe he shall appear to himself to inhabit. Written in 1918. So meditation as awareness. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly because I think you've now realized that you've been introduced to them. Focusing on an object, often repetitive, in mindfulness, the breath. A physically awake state, it's not about going in. Can be, but that's not what we're talking about if you're trying to eat. Quiet, detached noting of other thoughts, experiences as they arise, feelings. A gentle return to the original point of focus whenever attention has wandered. So what you're doing is you're increasing awareness of, and you're shifting from reaction to response in a wide range of functioning. So there's different stages. The first stage is that awareness of the reactive process that you're having, very relevant to food intake. The second stage, disengaging that's automatic reactivity. And then emergence of that alternative, or several alternatives that are from your wiser mind. And that happens in whatever area you might be engaging with. We're talking about eating right now. So I like to use this slide to show how broad the effects are. And then I'll show actually how all of these also relate to eating. Cognitive, attention awareness, physical, relaxation, neuroregulation. Emotional, that reduced reactivity, uncovering positive emotions. Behavioral, impulse control, and deconditioning. Self and others, acceptance, connectedness, both of others and yourself, and spiritual, inner peace. I've done about a half a dozen studies looking at the relationship of mindfulness and spirituality, and it's very consistent. Now, how do all these relate to eating? They do. Cognitive, awareness of that reactivity to food cues, quieting the mind, less black and white thinking, more non-judgmental awareness. Physiological, of course, reducing stress, but without overeating. Maybe going to that ice cream, but having a small bowl, not the whole container. Better use of hunger, taste, and fullness signals, I'll be coming back to. Emotional, less depression and more joyful eating. Behavioral, that's pretty obvious. Relationship to self and others, greater self-acceptance. And I have forgiveness of others there because in the groups that I've run, and I've run many of them for MB Eat, one of the triggers for overeating people will share is anger. And anger that may have gone back to childhood. But also I'll say, what do I do when I go home for the holidays and my mom is going to be very upset if I don't eat everything that she prepared for us? I said, so if you put on a few pounds over Christmas, big deal, right? Have that second piece of cake. You can make up for it later. Tell her how fabulous something was after you've had one piece, and can you have the recipe? And spiritual, connecting with a wiser self and with meaning, purpose, peace, and purpose. Now, staying with the element of the self, I'd like you to take a piece of paper. You could use the back of the handout that was being handed out at the door about the program, or you can take another piece of paper. Just draw a circle on it. The circle of self. And think to yourself, what percentage of your day do you spend thinking or worrying about your eating, your weight, your body? What number comes to you? Write it down, and perhaps if, say, it was 50-50, you draw a line down the middle of the circle. If it was 25-75, you draw a quarter of it. Whatever it is, believe me, I'm not going to be collecting them, and we're going to come back to them later. So just put that aside for now, but you'll see why we're coming back to it. So let me give you a little overview of what we have in the program. Nothing's going to be too surprising here. Learning mindfulness and how to bring it into eating experiences. Everybody learns to do mindful meditation practice in our program. Learning to pause for a moment to check in on physical hunger and versus other triggers. Mindfully choosing foods for both enjoyment and nutritional value. We do, partway through the program, we do a potluck where people bring in, everyone who's in the group, say 10 or 12 people, bring in 2 foods to share with everyone else. One of them is supposed to be a healthier food. And by the time we do that, they know what I mean. The other is supposed to be a more just indulgent food. Maybe they already eat it or overeat it, but they want to keep it in their list of foods that they want to have pleasure from. So to bring that in also. We try and make sure that everybody isn't bringing in cake, but it varies. Tuning into taste and pleasure from moment to moment instead of guilt or the television or whatever while you're eating. And choosing mindfully when to stop eating. Learning to be both balanced and flexible, and to relate to food and food choices in a way that is sustainable. So the inner wisdom, I'm going to go through this quickly. It's pretty much repeating. But for people who are, we run programs that are for people with binge eating disorder, eating excessively large amounts of food, either for a snack or a meal, at least once a week. Food-related meditations, raisins, chocolate, cheese and crackers, potluck meal and buffet, and we have some others. Mini meditations with daily meals and snacks. Mini meditations, if you're aware, there are some programs that they call a brief meditation, a 3-minute meditation. We can say, you can take 3 seconds. You just stop, you focus, you make a choice. Even about the next bite. You don't need to take 3 minutes to do that. Forgiveness and wisdom meditations. And letting go of that weight and eating preoccupation, which I just gave you an introduction to. And at home, meditation practice and mindful eating practice. So let me give you another tool here. What we do is we ask people to actually have come into the into that session. It's, by the way, it's 8 sessions plus 2 follow-up sessions, or actually there's variations, but I'll say 10 sessions and 2 follow-up sessions is more standard. we ask them to start to notice how hungry they are, physically hungry. How physically hungry. On a 1 to 10 scale, with 10 being as hungry as they could imagine, and 1 being not hungry at all. And this uses a tool within psychology that actually began with using this kind of scale for people to look at pain that they were experiencing. And if you've been asked, in the States, most people have been asked that question if they've been to their doctor with anything around pain. On a 10-point scale, how strong is your pain? It can be applied to lots of things. And how full are you? These overlap. They're 2 different processes in our bodies. For example, someone might say, well, I'm sort of hungry. I'm like at a 4. And, oh, yeah, I think I want a snack. And I'm going to have some popcorn. Well, popcorn, especially the healthier popcorn, doesn't have that many calories in it, but you're going to be feeling pretty full after you've had that whole bag of popcorn. Now, what if you take the same number of calories, 250, say, and it's 3 cookies? You're also going to be less hungry, but you aren't going to be very full. So they're two different scales. Now, what is taste satiety? That's actually one of the most important parts of being a mindful eater. We have thousands of taste buds in our mouths. They have 5 different types: sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and savory, using a Japanese word, umami. Our taste buds get tired. They get tired actually in 2 stages, pretty quickly and then longer. And that's what is meant by taste satiety. I apologize, I don't know what that word is in Korean, but it's a word that actually we don't use that often in English either. And I have to explain it and spell it for most people. And it happens in 2 phases, after the first few bites and then after about a portion size. But you gotta be paying attention. Being aware of these changes helps people stop eating sooner and is an important part of mindful eating. Now, we are about to give you the experience of mindful eating. We got ready? Okay. The staff is going to be handing out little boxes of raisins.
네, 지금 건포도를 뒤에서 지금 나눠드리고 있거든요. 지금 강연 내용에 맞는 그 MBT 실습을
We are
하려고
handing
합니다.
out
그래서
raisin
일단
boxes to the
받아주시고요.
audience.
우리
Please
강연자님의
accept
지시에
them.
따라주시기
Just follow
바랍니다.
the
You
instruction
can
of the
open
lecture.
them, but do not eat any yet. Yeah, what you can do when you have the box is take out 4 raisins. Just 4 raisins. Then put the box aside. Someone will let me know when everybody's got their little box of raisins. Okay? We're okay? Wonderful. So take out your 4 raisins. Now hold them in one hand. And I'd like you to just sit in your chair where you are in a balanced, upright position. And I'd like you to close your eyes. Just closing your eyes, bring your awareness to the feeling of the breath at the tip of your nose. Breathing in 2 or 3 deeper breaths, feeling the air flowing in cool, flowing out warmer. Flowing in cool, flowing out warmer. I'd like you to take a moment to reflect on your feeling of hunger at this right now, on that 1 to 10 scale. How hungry are you? There is no right or wrong answer. And then again, on the fullness scale, how full are you? With 10 being as full as you can imagine, and 1 being not full at all. And then I'd like you to, staying in this position, just gently look back up on the board, and you'll see, you'll see a taste meter. And see that for the taste, we use we use a meter, and so it's the same 10 points. But what we found is because taste can vary, we liked using the meter better. We actually used this with children. That's when we started using it, and they really liked it. So coming back, closing your eyes again for a moment, coming back to your breath. And taking a look now at the raisins in your hand and choosing 1 raisin. 1 raisin. Keeping in that space of gentle mindfulness. Picking up the raisin and looking at it carefully. No 2 raisins are alike. Looking at it with a sense of curiosity, appreciation. And then closing your eyes and bringing this little piece of fruit up to your nose and smelling it. And then opening it in your mouth and placing the raisin in your mouth without chewing down. Just for a moment or 2, experiencing it in your mouth. How is your mouth responding or reacting? And then slowly begin chewing it. Slowly begin chewing it. Noticing any urge to swallow, but resisting that. Just keep chewing it, noticing the taste on the top or sensations on the top of your mouth, on your tongue, on the sides of your mouth. Noticing where that pleasure satisfaction meter has gone. How high has it gone? What number is it from 1 to 10? And when you've gotten as much pleasure as you can from this 1 little raisin, choosing to swallow it and bringing this little piece of nutrition into your body. And after you swallow, just bringing your awareness back to the breath again. Perhaps noticing any flavors that are left in your mouth. Sense of pleasure. And when you're ready, opening your eyes again and looking at the 3 raisins left in your hand, and choosing a second raisin. Choosing a second raisin. And now looking at that raisin. As I said, no 2 raisins are alike. How is this one similar? How is it different? Again, after you've looked at it, closing your eyes, bringing it back up to your nose, smelling it. Is it the same, or perhaps it's different? That's okay, just noticing. Then again, placing it in your mouth without chewing, noticing how your mouth is responding. Is it the same as with the first one, or different? Just noticing. And now, slowly begin chewing. Again, noticing how your mouth is responding. Where is it responding most in your mouth? As you continue to chew, noticing that taste meter. Perhaps the pleasure has gone higher. Perhaps it's stayed the same. Perhaps it's gone lower. No 2 raisins are alike in that either. And when you've gotten all the pleasure from that second raisin, choosing to swallow and bringing this little piece of nutritional fruit into your body. Keeping your eyes closed for another moment. You might check in with your hunger again. Has that number changed? And now, I'd like you to lead yourself through eating the 3rd raisin. Lead yourself through eating the 3rd raisin. Fully experiencing it. Gaining as much pleasure from it as you can. And when you have finished getting as much pleasure as you, don't forget to notice that taste meter. When you've gotten the pleasure you can from it, choosing to swallow, bringing it into your body. And now I'd like you to consider whether you want the 4th raisin. Whether you want the 4th raisin. If you want the 4th raisin, can you raise your hand? Okay. If you don't want the 4th raisin, can you raise your hand? Yeah, that's about what I usually find. And because we're a little short on time, I'm going to leave it up to you how you're going to eat that 4th raisin, if you want it. We're going to come back now to some more of the program. The outer wisdom that we use is nutrition guidelines. I've had people tell me they don't eat sweets, they don't want to eat a raisin. I say, Do you know how many calories are in one raisin? Like 2 or 3? Yeah. Well, how do we usually eat raisins? By the handful. That's a lot more, but we only ate 3 or 4. I had some guy at a program that I was running say, I have diabetes, I'm not supposed to eat sweets. Well, luckily his doctor was in the room, and she said, it's fine. You can eat 4 raisins. We're quality, outer wisdom again, putting quality over quantity. We're a little short on time, so I can't re-elaborate on that, but that's an ongoing intention and goal of the program. Quality over quantity. Calorie awareness, calorie needs, exercise planning. We address all of those. Adapting to personal preferences and patterns. And all of these to be used in a self-accepting, flexible, non-judgmental way, very different from most weight loss diets. And I've used the program with many, many people, many range of people in our California studies. We screened out people who had any kind of binging problem. But other groups have been only with people with binge eating disorders. Some have been with people without any weight issues, but they still wanted to do the program. Oops, wrong. So the other thing about the outer wisdom, my mouth is watering at that. But that looks more appealing than just the strawberries. So maybe what's in the middle? Something like that. So to consider the choices that you have. So again, I'm coming back, mindful eating, quality over quantity. So I'm going to quickly go through some of our research. We had a NIH-funded randomized clinical trial for people with binge eating disorder. We compared MB Eat to a waitlist group and a psychoeducational program that was being run very effectively and successfully at Duke University. We varied it. We had 150 people, average age of 46, average weight 109 kilograms, 240 pounds. Everyone had binge eating disorder. I've already identified what that means. We had a 9-week program, including some work with body awareness, and followed people up at 1 and 4 months, and a lot of different assessments. You'll see some of them. So we had a significant improvement in the binge eating disorder. 95% of the MBE group were no longer meeting criteria for binge eating disorder versus 76% of the other group. And the binges were significantly smaller in the MBE group if they occurred. Improvement was correlated with the amount of mindfulness practice that they did. They had to track it every week and turn that into us. We found we were a little puzzled by this. There was no average significant weight loss, but a large variation. About a third lost over 10 pounds or 5 kilos at 4 months, but some gained weight. We interviewed them about why that was and what was going on. And we also found that there was improvement in HbA1cs. It was related to decreases in binge episodes, not to the weight change. Just something to keep in mind if you're working in this area. And that's what we found. This is a measure of the power of food scale. I don't have the reference up there. If you're interested, you could contact me. So the control group didn't have anything, didn't change. The psychoed group was in the middle. The MB-EAT group was the best and stayed much better on that measure. This is just what I mentioned about the change in the size of binges in the MB-EAT group. If people reported any binges at all, most of them were small ones. That's the green color. Whereas in the PECB group, only 24% were small. And the wait list, of course, that was what they started with. Some correlations, something called a binge eating scale. The decreases on that were highly correlated, that's in the first column, highly correlated to the degree people used those mini meditations while they were actually eating. 0.51%, correlation of 0.51, highly significant. And when we combined the amount of meditations they were using altogether, that correlated with all the primary outcome measures, including weight loss. So we found that people who didn't lose weight were less likely to actually be doing the meditations. Again, I'm going to zip through this, but this is the relationship of HbA1cs correlated to change in number of days of binge eating, no correlation with change in weight, and it stayed the same when we controlled for weight change. And again, if you have particular interest in this, I can come back to it. Then we had, based on the study, the results from that study, we did a larger NIH-funded trial where we had only two groups, the MB-EAT group with a little more focus on weight loss, waitless group, sample size 117, average age of 49, almost 50, and again with a body mass index, they had to have a BMI of at least 35 to be in the program, and 25% with binge eating disorder. We wanted to compare what we had found in the other study on binge eating disorder, but we didn't want to exclude other people. 12-week intervention, more on nutrition, diet information, and weight loss components, and we followed them out to 6 months. Extensive other measures. I'm going to zip on through here. The results of those, we were afraid that possibly people with binge eating disorder wouldn't like the addition of some of the nutrition and education. It didn't make any difference. They were highly parallel, and we had similar success as in the other program, and on a measure of what's called cognitive restraint around eating. There was a sustained weight loss of 3.6 kilograms. Nobody gained weight. And so going through this, you can see we had the control group, and then the pink squares are those who started off with binge eating disorder. You can see they're generally much higher on some of the measures, most of the measures, but drop almost to the level of the non-bingers. This was a measure of what's called disinhibited eating. And that was the weight loss, exactly parallel. And then a measure of what's called cognitive restraint, healthy management of your eating, not over-restraint. And exactly the same. And again, the effects on weight loss. And we used the Toronto Mindfulness Scale, and we found huge increases in those who are in the MB-EAT program. Just very quickly, I've also been interested in the value of the increase of spiritual well-being in any kind of mindfulness intervention. We found increases in meaning and peace but with, and that highly correlated to the depression and anxiety and the binge eating scale. And much more so than the other part of that measure, which was faith, though it still showed some significance. I'm going to jump ahead. You can see how the differences show up there, the green lines going up. Now, coming back to this really quickly. Take out your circle. I'm just going to talk you through this because we're really out of time. What percentage of your day do you spend thinking about or worrying about your eating? And then, because we use this, it's very powerful. And what percentage of your day do you spend on your family, thinking about your family, your work, your hobbies, your friends? I'll let you just reflect on this yourselves. What we had found was that we would get people telling us 65%, 75% of their day was spent worrying about their bodies, their eating, their weight. Then when we asked them, okay, that only leaves 25% to look at all those other areas in your life. Aren't those important too? And there's always this stop. And they go, oh my God. And what they do when we ask them to come back in a week later with whether that number has changed, it's changed dramatically. And the worry about their eating, their weight, has gone down to maybe the 25%. And they actually feel, it's not just changing the numbers, they feel that they're opening up more of their time, more of their thinking to all those other parts of their important parts of their life. So I'm going to have to, I realize I'm going to have to skip through this. We also have run this study at a variation at University of San Francisco, University of California, San Francisco. We got, again, with no people with binge eating disorder, very comparable effects. So take-home messages, I think you've already heard. Mindful eating, enjoyment. Learn to cultivate the inner gourmet. I like to use that. And this is just a little bit of a couple of people involved in the study that I worked with. I've always been looking for whatever would help me do that without going on and off diets and putting all the weight back on. And I feel really comfortable now. This is going to be okay. I'm at peace at this point. Jane, I use meditation, mindfulness with everything. When I get upset at work, I go in the bathroom and do a mini meditation. Sometimes I count to 10, or I just breathe and I don't binge anymore at all. I mean, I really don't diet and I don't binge at all. And that's just a flash of my book that is available on Amazon. The Joy of Half a Cookie. I have a copy with me if you want to actually look at it. And when you find bliss, savor it.
네, 실습 체험까지 해볼 수 있던 유익한 강연
It was a
감사드립니다.
wonderful lecture with
저희가 사전
the
접수를 받을
mindfulness
당시에 몇 가지
practice. We collected
질문들도
a few questions
사전에
from
이렇게 선정해
pre-restoration. So I'm gonna ask these
When we
questions.
took pre-restorations for this event, we also collected questions in advance. I'd like to ask you one of those selected questions now. Is it okay? Question is, when someone struggles with self-criticism, what would be a good way to shift into self-confession? First question is, do you have expectations for the mindful eating practice to expand beyond personal application when become part of public policies, such as health center programs, school lunch education, or the national awareness campaigns?
I think it could be brought into any of these. We have worked with children and with adolescents. We have a study that used teenagers, and they did improve in their eating in a high school environment, and had longer-term effects on some of these experiences than did the kids, the control group, which were children who teenagers that just stayed in their regular health class. So I'm not sure I can say more about this because we don't have other programs going, but I'd be glad to work with anyone who was interested in doing that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Your precious lecture and Q&A session. Thank you again. Yeah. 네, 알찬 강연 그리고 명쾌한 질의응답까지 모두
Thank you for the
감사드립니다.
wonderful lecture
네,
and
뭐
the
요즘에
Q&A
미디어,
session.
뭐 유튜브다 방송에서
So in the media and YouTube, there's a lot of content related to eating. So the doctor has provided explanation about the MB Eat, and it's all about promoting your diet and healthy eating.
네, 그럼 오늘 마지막
So for the last session,
이번 연사자분은요.
we have
연사 초청에
a professor who have actually accepted for talking in today's conference, and he has actually come here even all the way to Korea today, despite not having the best health condition. So this is a testament to the growing stature of Korea and the increasing global interest in our country. We have Dr. Harold Roth, Professor of Religious Studies and Eastern Asian Studies at Brown University, and he has prepared a lecture titled The Significance of Meditation in Contemplative Studies Education at North American Universities. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
감사합니다. Is everybody still awake? This used to be the time of day when it was at my university very difficult to teach because for the 2:30 classes, students would just be waking up. They would have had breakfast, lunch, and they'd come into class. And especially when I had full classes, usually the back 2 rows would just be kind of in that post-meal haze in which they were slightly dozing off. And of course, I have the kind of voice. And if you would like to do this, please feel free to just relax and doze off and help digest your meal. Very often the back 2 rows would be completely asleep by the end of the class. And every so often, when I was more mobile and I would walk around with the microphone, I'd just sneak up on the student and I'd ask them a question. Oh, no, I can't do that today, so I won't. Nobody should be afraid. So, thank you for the very kind intro. My wife, Dr. Taylor, and I have been very, very warmly received and have been truly impressed with the conference and with the work you have done and continue to do here. So I wish to thank some of the many people who've made this possible, the conference possible, and also made it interesting. Dr. Jeon, President of Dongguk, the Venerable Jeon, Chair of the Buddhist Studies Department, and the really visionary organizer of the 6 International Meditation Conferences. The Venerable Ju Kyung, Chair of the Central Council of the Jugye Order, who created the really interesting temple stay program that we heard about yesterday. Ms. Bokwe Lee in Buddhist Studies. She's an ABD student. Do you have that term here, ABD? In North America, it means all but dissertation. It means all your coursework is done, you have one final hurdle, and that's to write the dissertation. Of course, that may take, for some people, years. Hopefully not in Ms. Lee's case. In fact, I'm sure it won't. Dr. Sun Jin Bai, whose management company very skillfully has managed the conference. And I particularly want to thank the translators who have taken our ideas and in a way that we could never have done, communicated them very effectively to the people in our audience. We really owe a great debt of gratitude to our translators, so please. And I also want to have make special appreciation to my wife and life partner, Dr. Liz Taylor, who has been my companion in this very fascinating journey we've taken together almost 4 decades now, and who was a wonderful child psychiatrist who effectively brought healing to many, many hundreds of her patients over the almost 4 decades in which she practiced. So with all that as a background, let's see. Will this work if I do this? Yeah. So I would like to begin by talking about, actually, I also want to thank all the other presenters. It's been a wonderful conference. It's been a fascinating conference. And I think what I have to say will touch base with pretty much every one of the talks. And I kind of want to begin by talking about where things were and how far we've come in the last half century in terms of understanding things like, obviously, mindfulness, which really was basically unknown when I was entering college. It was known among scholars of Buddhist studies, but it wasn't really known in the general North American population culture, even academic culture. But also one of the other things that Dr. Chun's talk I found particularly interesting because the whole idea of psychological stress as a factor at all in disease was really completely outside of the mainstream when I first got interested in it in the summer before my entrance into university. So this was, it was a longer time ago than I care to realize. It was the only person who was working in this area was a scientist from McGill named Hans Selye. And I got interested in this because my father had late onset diabetes and had started at a particularly stressful moment in his life. And I thought maybe the stress had had an influence on this late onset diabetes. And I started researching this. And that's the summer before I entered college, I was in a program at the Albany Medical Center. It was a hospital, training hospital in Albany, New York, near where I grew up. And I started talking about this to some of the physicians there, the doctors in training, and they just laughed. They said, oh, yeah, that person's really not sick. It's all in their head. Sure. And that was, it was about 60 years ago. I then wrote a paper the only paper I ever got an A+ on in all my 4 years in university, even close to an A+, and it was on psychological stress as a factor in the etiology of late onset diabetes. And my preceptor thought it was absolutely, my teaching assistant thought it was a wonderful paper. He said, you have a future in psychology, come to my lab. Anyway, this just to show you what the gap was between what we heard in the last 2 days and where things were then. So in the new year, I went to his lab, and he greeted me with open arms, and he's, come look, I have something really exciting to show you. And he brought me in, and there was a rat laid out in a terrarium, and he had cut the top of the rat's head off. And he said, watch, look at this. And he took an electrode, and he stuck it into part of the rat's brain, and the rat went, and they took it out, dropped it, and I went, oh, I forgot I had another appointment. Out the door, not the window. I felt like jumping out the window. So we have come a long, long way. Change happens very slowly, but change does happen. Now, when I got to university and when I ran out of the psychology department, I eventually ended up with a number one particularly influential professor. And maybe I'll use this. There you go. His name was Du Wei-Ming. Professor Du, as we called him, had just finished a PhD at Harvard. He was from Taiwan. And he was a Neo-Confucian. He was a Neo-Confucian who was starting to develop his own philosophy of Neo-Confucian or Neo-Confucianism as an eco-feminist philosophy for the end of the 20th and early into the 21st century. He was a very charismatic figure. And his interest in studying the problem of self-cultivation, how we attain our potential as human beings, our deepest potential as human beings, was something that I found absolutely riveting. And it led me into graduate study. But you know, I went into graduate school with the naive idea that somehow I could pursue a spiritual practice and an academic practice at the same time. And in fact, you can't get enlightened, at least in North America, by studying in an academic institution. Here you have this wonderful blend at this university of academics and practice, There's a really important relationship between them. And, but not in those days, not in the States, in fact, still not in North America, really. So not only was Professor Du very important an influence, but he also introduced me to the practice side of the equation, to a Zen master named, Myoshinji Zen master named Joshu Sasaki, who was about to come to the East Coast for the first time. He'd been in the States for 6 or 7 years. It was a very important engagement for me. I ended up practicing with Sasaki Roshi for over 40 years and being ordained by him. Another important intellectual influence through Professor Du is the Neo-Confucian philosopher Wang Yangming. And as I was developing and thinking about how to bring together the spiritual and the academic, I recalled that Professor Du used to talk very much about this empirical orientation of Wang Yangming, who said, if you want to know the bitterness of the bitter melon, you have to eat a bitter melon yourself. Kind of obvious, it's obvious to most people, but not in the academy, not so obvious. Then, of course, as Dr. Christeller pointed out, William James. And as I, again, started to think about developing the area of contemplative studies, this is a very inspirational quote from James. The faculty of voluntarily bringing back a wandering attention over and over again is the very root of judgment, character, and will. An education which should improve this faculty would be the education par excellence. Of course, James was a century and a quarter ahead of his time. That's a long way. James was really innovative. And if you haven't read James in translation, or in English if you can, he's a really important thinker, not only a founder of the field of psychology, but also the critical study of religious experience. He wrote The Varieties of Religious Experience, foundational work, very important. Another really important philosopher introduced to me by Professor Du is Nishida Kitaro, the founder of the Kyoto School of Zen. And in thinking about the nature of human experience and contemplative practice these days, I think it's very, very helpful and particularly corrective for my students and for colleagues to try to come to grips with this idea. And it involves actually something that Dave Vago was talking about today, is the decentering the self. It is not, says Nishida, that experience exists because there is an individual, as most of us think, but that an individual exists because there is experience. Okay? Let's redo that. I want to emphasize this again. It is not that experience exists because there is an individual, but that an individual exists because there is experience. This pure experience for Nishida is both pre-reflective and immediate. It transcends both subject and object, self and other, in such a way that it does not contain any specific individual or personal content. So for Nishida, individuality emerges from a continuum of undifferentiated experience. Okay? Now, we started out in contemplative studies very, very early. So now I taught my first course in which the very radical pedagogical tool of actually doing a contemplative practice in a classroom setting. I taught that for the first time a quarter century ago last spring. I was very pleased that at the 25th reunion of the class of 2000 at Brown University, 3 of my students from that class came. It was very rewarding to see what they'd done with their lives, and that they were still, in some ways, using the tools that we had given them from that class. This Contemplative Studies initiative started really with that, right around the same time that your Temple Stay program was starting here. And your Temple Stay program takes the outside world, brings it to the monastery. What we were doing in Contemplative Studies in some ways is taking the monastery and bringing it into the outside world, into the academy. This is the main page of the website that radically was, for the first time, created in 2005. Now, imagine a world really without the internet, but just the internet just starting, and in which websites were almost unheard of. And I was very surprised one day. I was walking across the main green, and one of my colleagues came up from a different department and congratulated me. And now, Contemplative Studies started off as just a small group of kind of misfits in different departments who thought that communicating, we'd all had contemplative practices of one kind or another, and we felt very strongly that it would be important to communicate these to our students because they had benefited us in many ways. And we started out, what should we call ourselves? We argued back and forth, meditation studies, consciousness studies, ended up with contemplative studies, and what should we be? Well, we're not a department, we're not anyway. We went through the list. The only thing that wasn't defined in the Brown University rules was initiative, so we called ourselves an initiative, Contemplative Studies Initiative. I was surprised because she said, congratulations, you have a whole department. That's kind of baked into the university, long-standing thing. And I was taken aback. She said, well, you have a website, right? And the fact that we had a website somehow legitimated us in a way that was way beyond how we were really existing at the time. Now, this was the floor of the, we got the use of the dance studio. Still to this day, Brown University has not given us a dedicated meditation space, to their shame. But we would, for the first 15 years or so we were going, we used the dance studio because dancers like to stay up late. Maybe it's true here. Do you have a dance program here? Theater and dance? Yes? And dancers like to stay up late, at least in North America, but they don't like to get up early. So we could use the dance studio if we went in at like 8 or 9 in the morning. So that's what we used, and that was where we would set up Zafu's and Zabuton's meditation cushions. And now, the background for my slides, you can see in the picture on the top, it's the floor of the dance studio. I don't know, I like it as a background. I don't know, maybe other people don't, but. So, as we're developing contemplative studies, it's an emerging field. We identify the varieties of contemplative experiences, the whole spectrum of them. We engage in scientific and philosophical discussions, analysis of them. We cultivate first-person knowledge of them, and then we assess their meaning and significance. What is contemplation? Of course, if you're talking about contemplative studies, you have to define contemplation. The working definition, the focusing of the attention in a sustained fashion, leading to deepened states of concentration, tranquility, and insight, a broadening of the awareness, greater understanding of oneself, and we heard this talked about as pro-social experiences earlier today. I would call them, another way to look at them is self-contextualizing experiences. You understand yourself in the greater context in which you're embedded. And that demonstrate that no matter how much we feel alone as individuals, we are always part of some greater context. And these are the basis for other regarding virtues that people develop, including empathy, humaneness, compassion, loving kindness, and so on. Contemplation occurs on a spectrum from the rather common spontaneous experiences of absorption in an activity. The experiences which psychologists, and now really out in the general population, based on the work of Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, they call flow. Anybody familiar with the concept of flow and Csikszentmihalyi's book? Really, somebody definitely worth reading. Also, the name is really impossible to pronounce. Students, when they give presentations on Csikszentmihalyi's work, usually refer to him as the author. So on a spectrum that includes these spontaneous experiences of absorption and activity to the most profound, deliberately cultivated experiences in religious traditions, the ones that we may be more familiar with as being contemplative. In the first category, we have what I would call non-intentional contemplation, the flow experiences. Practices that lead to deeper states of focused attention, but those practices are not done in order to produce those states, at least not consciously. They're done for their own sake. So chess, or various kinds of sports, or rock climbing, or surfing in some cases. And these involve effortless attention. In these practices, there is no conscious or intentional practice of meditation, but they can generate deep attentional focus. And these are some examples, playing chess, rock climbing, and so on. Or other examples. Okay, anybody, you get 10 points for identifying the pitcher. Anybody know? Who is it? Oh, I saw, yeah. How are you? Do you know who the pitcher is? Park Chan-ho, right. At this point in his career, pitching for the Dodgers. So, Major League Baseball players, and I'm sure KBO players will also report this, that they are so much in that they don't, at least I don't know about KBO, but Major League Baseball, they don't practice meditation. But they get into these states of, they call it getting into the zone. And they can actually see the difference between these 5 different kinds of pitches based on, now, if you follow baseball, you know that some pitchers throw between 95 and 100 miles an hour, and the pitching mound is 60 feet 6 inches away from home plate. So the ball's on you like that. To be so in the zone that you can actually see where the seams are, as you see in this example. That's to be in the zone. That's a contemplative state. It's on a continuum with the deliberately cultivated contemplative practices that we see in meditational traditions. And we need to study them together and not see them as fundamentally different. Meditational practices that are in category 2 in contemplative, among contemplative practices, these are deliberately focused on attaining contemplative states. In secular contexts, we see that this is often used to improve concentration in the workplace, deeper personal fulfillment in life, and we have seen in the last 2 days a variety of applications, practical applications. But in sacred and religious contexts, the goal is to realize our full potential as human beings through the experience of non-duality. And integrating that experience into our daily lives. And we see this with meditation traditions, dedicated meditation centers, such as those associated with this university. Now, studying these deep contemplative states, and by the way, this is an interesting picture. Anybody recognize the young man on the left-hand side facing you? You probably don't know. I'm going to introduce him to you. You see who it is on the right? He's sleeping in the front seat front row because I've actually put him to sleep. Again, I told you this is a danger of listening to me at this time of day. Here is Dr. Vago. And one of the graduates of our contemplative studies program, of whom I'm very proud, Matthew Saket, about to torture another Tibetan Buddhist cleric, which they did a lot in those days, I think, by putting that nun into an fMRI machine. Now, what Matt Saket is doing, he's now come back to the area. He's at Harvard, and he's studying these advanced states of non-duality, these advanced states of meditation. And in his words, the practices, how these practices unlock the mind's capacity to experience the highest forms of human well-being. These are also very important contemplative practices. So, one of the ways in which I see contemplative studies is that it embraces both intentional contemplative practice, so meditational practices, but also the flow activities that are non-intentional. And that these are related to mindfulness in that mindfulness in its most basic definition, and not the one that's very common these days that John Kabat-Zinn set up, but really what it means is that Eric Laux touched upon this yesterday. It's to remember. So I don't know about what the term is in Korean, and probably you transliterate mindfulness now because, at least in Chinese, the term really means to remember. And what is it to remember? It's to remember to come back again and again and again when your mind slips to whatever you've decided to focus and concentrate on. Whatever it is in your meditation practice or in your learning how to throw a baseball or to hit a baseball, you have to come back. And often mind wandering, as we know about we've heard from Dave Vago about the default mode network, that minds wander, and we have to come back, and we have to remember to come back again and again and again, and that we can practice that, and then over time that becomes, we can see the state of mindfulness that we can be in, where without exerting much effort we can be there. But then of course sometimes we'll fall out if we're not practicing. But then eventually over time, as you practice more and more, it becomes a trait, and that becomes a trait that stays with you more than it departs from you. The value of continued mindfulness practice over time. So, how do we study contemplative practices at Brown? We look at the general fields of contemplative studies. That includes the sciences, the humanities, the creative arts. How did we start? Starting with probably, again, about 20 years ago, we started to have students major in contemplative studies related programs. One of the first things we did was we established a presence on our campus. Since 2006 until now, we've organized 242 lectures, retreats, concerts, films in the sciences with contemplative practitioners, with philosophers. We've had a lot of, we've been able to generate interest on the campus by bringing specialists in. We established eventually a formal major with a unique pedagogy. And I want to, this is our first graduating class, but I also want to call attention to one of our colleagues that Eric mentioned yesterday. And I think maybe Dave included her name in a couple of publications, Kathy Kerr. Along with Willoughby Britton, who we've heard about the last 2 days. Willoughby and Kathy brought contemplative science to Brown, and we worked together to create this full contemplative studies program that involves the humanities and the sciences and practice and education. Kathy very sadly passed away in November 2016, and we really miss her. We have she was very interested in classical Chinese medicine, and we have a lecture series in her honor that we're still, in fact, I just saw that my colleague Larson DiFiore is bringing somebody in. All of these are available online, and by the way, please, if you're interested at all, go to our website, our Contemplative Studies website. If you just do a search for Contemplative Studies, you'll find us, and you're welcome to join us for any of these lectures. Kind of time difference may be challenging, but we often have them at night. That'll be the morning for you, so maybe not so bad. Since 2014, when we had a formal major accepted, we have graduated 75 students. These students were in our first graduating class. I'm very, very proud of them. We keep track of what they're doing. In the interest of time, you can ask me afterwards, and I can go into detail. We're very proud of all of them. In fact, the young woman who is the third person in, she graduated from our program and went to work right away for the Mind and Life Institute, and she was the principal organizer for the Botswana conference in 2017, 2018, that the Dalai Lama almost attended. Politics, Chinese government politics made it difficult. We also served, and I like the concept of an incubator. I learned this from an American television series called Silicon Valley, the idea of an incubator. But in many ways, we incubated a number of programs that developed. One in the medical school, and there's Dr. Laux before he's had to deal with the hassles of the Brown administration, which has turned him a little gray, starting to turn gray as a result of this university politics. Thankfully, you don't you professors here don't have to deal with university politics because you practice Zen, so you're beyond university politics. So we're served as an incubator. We've developed, this is actually not a complete list even, 44 new courses that we've added to the curriculum. And just to take a moment to look through them. They include courses taught by Professor Laux, also his colleague Judd Brewer, a course also that Kathy Kerr developed, Cognitive Neuroscience and Meditation, but also a lot of humanities courses. And all of these courses feature what we call meditation labs. So these are labs, again, they're scheduled like laboratory sessions of science courses. So all of these courses have, they either meet 3 times a week for 50 minutes or twice a week for 50 minutes. And in those labs, students try out contemplative practices that are directly related to what we are reading in that particular week. The major requires 12 courses, 12 of the 30 courses that you have as a Brown undergraduate, or 32 courses maybe, to get a BA. 6 courses, we have, I'm still using an old slide, it's actually cost 100, doesn't matter. Intro to Contemplative Studies, Introduction to the Field. Every new academic field needs to have its own distinctive methodology and needs to start training people in that methodology. And then students who are doing a sciences track take a minimum of 2 humanities courses that are related and vice versa. Humanities students take at least 2 science courses. And then they also will then do 6 courses in their track, sciences or humanities. And now we also have a way to work the arts in it. Many of our courses teach students basic meditational practices in the context of academic study. However, the problem is that meditation may be is perceived by many as a religious practice that should not be promoted in a secular university. This is a real challenge, it has been a real challenge for us. Many colleagues and administrators see contemplative studies courses that include contemplative practice as promoting a particular religion, usually Buddhism. And so to counteract that perception, our courses explicitly confirm their critical spirit and empirical nature. What do I mean by that? This is what, for the first 15 years in our courses, we made this statement. This course is an example of what we call critical first-person learning. Critical, because in many forms of first-person learning in the context of religion, one must suspend critical judgment and believe in the various truths of the tradition. There's an important place for this form of committed first-person learning in our private lives, but we should be careful not to require that kind of commitment in a secular university. By contrast, in the critical first-person learning, which we do in this course, the need to believe is removed. We will read and analyze a variety of texts. This is what we call third-person learning. I'll speak about that a little more in a minute. We will observe how our minds and bodies work while trying out a variety of simple meditation techniques derived from these texts in laboratory sections scheduled like labs and science courses. We will critically discuss these texts in light of our experiences in the meditation lab. Without doubt, this kind of novel pedagogy is not for everyone. If for any reason the student is unable to participate in the med lab component of the course, we will be happy to make arrangements to do alternative work of equivalent value. So over now the more than 25 years I've been teaching courses like this, I've taught over 2,000 students. Only 2 students during that time have ever taken this option. And I have both required and recommended readings, and I just asked those students to do the recommended readings in addition to the required ones. So, what's it like? What's one of these courses like? What's the pedagogy like? So, as I said, MedLab courses combine traditional third-person study of contemplative practices in their philosophical and historical context. With, third person, it's what is widely done throughout the academy, I think, in universities all over the world. You study the history, you study the culture, you study the tradition, you study the philosophy. We combine those third-person approaches with critical first-person methods in which students empirically experience and critically examine contemplative techniques. Most importantly, of course, meditation, without prior commitment to their efficacy. Hence, they learn the meditation practices along with their spiritual and cultural cognitive contexts and test them out empirically in the laboratories of their own body-minds. This is an example of Intro to Contemplative Studies in which we study the classical Taoist tradition. And in this first week of the class, we look at primary texts. In this case, we look at a very important. How many of you have heard of the Lao Tzu or the Tao Te Ching? Foundational Taoist work. Definitely important to study. Well, the work that we study in this first week is actually earlier than the Tao Te Ching. At least that's what I argue in my second book. And we study that. We look at secondary scholarship about how to study contemplative traditions. And one of the first important works we read is by Alan Wallace, called The Taboo of Subjectivity. Again, a book that I recommend very highly. Wallace criticizes the way in which subjective experience has been written out of university education, has been written out of scientific research, and in some ways, many ways, has been written out of humanities scholarship as well. And then he makes an argument for why it's important to bring that back in. But at the same time we study this in a 2.5-hour weekly class meeting, we also have meditation labs in which we try out contemplative practices that are found in the texts themselves. Another example would be in the next week, the Satipatthana Sutta that Dave Vago was talking about, that Eric was talking about. And when we read the Satipatthana Sutta, we actually try out the techniques of the Satipatthana, the foundations of mindfulness sutta. Take a long breath, and we go through that, but then students they're not forced to believe that this is going to make them calmer or more tranquil. If they say, well, it's not working, this is nonsense, it's fine. The most important thing is that they understand what the tradition has said about what are the expectations for experience, and that they're not forced to believe in them. They test them out in the laboratories of their own body minds. It's a wonderful collage photo taken in the dance studio one morning that we were teaching. This is already about 10 or 12, no, this is about 15, more than 15 years ago. It's when I could still cross, when I still had knees, still had my original knees. I've had both of them replaced in the last 9 months. So, in meditation labs, we start with some sort of introductory yogic or qigong practice that concentrates on positions that make muscles and joints and ligaments involved in meditation more flexible. Then we work with a contemplative technique for that week or for that lab. Then it's time for questioning, and then there's journaling. Now we do online journaling. So students get a chance to talk about, they try the technique, they relate it to the reading that we're doing, and then they relate it to their own experience, and we discuss it. And so this is based on the kind of rationale for this, is that we have these 4 interactive epistemologies, that is, methods or theories of knowing. We have third-person perspectives, look at things from a distance. Second-person perspective, you engage in direct communication, person-to-person communication, asking questions, responding with answers. First-person perspectives are, epistemologies are really subjective experience, which we've now brought into the classroom. And then there's another dimension of first-person subjective experience, and that is what I would like to call no-person experience. That is immediate, non-intentional experience, not processed through a sense of self-identity. It is experience that is non-self-referential. I'll have more to say about that in a minute. Again, this is third-person learning, and these MedLab courses certainly have that. We have second-person learning, intersubjective communication. Deep listening is a practice, a second-person practice. There have been second-person epistemologies started to be used in scientific research contests developed in France by Claire Petit-Mongin and Michael Bitbol and their group. And then first-person learning experiences, as we see in the med labs. And then no-person learning. So within first-person learning, there is the immediate momentary experience, sipping tea, breathing in, breathing out. There's pure sensation without objectification. The sensation of the entire body without the interference of processing your bodily awareness through your sense of self-identity. No-person epistemologies are spontaneous, uncategorized awareness of the constant flow of immediate experience in the present moment without objectification by the first-person experiencing subject. So there is a kind of continuum of experience interpretation, experience objectification that's constantly going on. And it's important to remember that that consciousness is dynamic, and sense of self is dynamic. And interesting, the idea of no self that Dave Vago talked about today. Actually, what it really, I think, always meant is there's no fixed or permanent sense of self or self-identity. The early Buddhist tradition that emphasized no self did so in contrast to the Hindu traditions in the early Hindu texts that said that underlying everything was a kind of deeper self. And for reasons of, I think, practical reasons, early Buddhist teachers thought that if you had a concept of a transcendent self that you were attempting to experience, that would actually block you from having the experience. Having that as a goal, and always you have a tendency to check. It's what, I don't know if this is cross-cultural, but when I was a kid, we would take long trips and we'd kind of get bored. And so we would go, are we there yet? I'd say, Mom, Dad, are we there yet? No, not there yet. Okay. I think now you have cell phones, kids don't get so bored. But this are we there yet phenomenon also can occur with spiritual practice. You know, if you have a goal, you have to be careful that the goal will motivate you to begin with, but it can also block you, because if you're constantly comparing where you are to where you hope to be, it's not going to allow you to get there. Anyway, so this spontaneous, uncategorized awareness, this no-person epistemology is what I would like to call non-dual cognition. There's no time to talk about one of my colleagues in cognitive sciences, Takeo Watanabe, has developed something called task-irrelevant cognition or task-irrelevant perception. I think it actually relies on no-person epistemology. It's related to Gilbert Ryle's knowing how. It's related to James Initiative's idea of pure experience. It is palpable. It is embodied. Some of it is subsequently objectified and then cognized through attention, and some of it is not, and forms a kind of background awareness. I think Dave was touching upon this earlier. So non-dual epistemology is knowing or cognition that is independent of the dualistic separation of self and other. It does not depend on a self-concept. In many traditions, including Zen and classical Taoism, this non-dual epistemology is taken to support a non-dual ontology, a theory of being, a theory of something that is foundational in the world. It's kind of part of a philosophical orientation, an explanatory orientation to the experience of non-duality. So this often takes the form of affirming that there is a power, a force, a field, an energy, an entity, a consciousness, a mind, be that monistic, unified or pluralistic or theistic, material or immaterial. There's something, there's a power, force, field that underlies the phenomenal world. And so you have the Tao in the Taoist tradition. You have, in the Song tradition, true mind. You have the notion of Buddha nature. These are all aspects of non-duality. Also, we start to see this, and Dave was talking about this earlier today, non-duality is starting to come into scientific research. And in the work of Eric Garland and Yoshi Nakamura that Dave referenced today, we see non-dual awareness has started to be researched. Individuals who, according to them, report more frequent non-dual awareness show a pattern of personal characteristics. They report having a greater capacity to decenter, loosening the boundaries of the self by encouraging a metacognitive perspective in which one disidentifies from self-referential cognitions and thereby de-reifies the self as the subject of experience. More frequently endorsed by individuals who report being non-reactive by virtue of their ability to observe thoughts from a reflective distance. They have high levels of interoceptive, integrated mind-body awareness. Thus, it may be that closely attending to bodily experience encourages NDA. And they've developed a non-duality-based mindfulness practice that has been really successful in treating opioid addiction. Their practices help to bring about the same kind of non-attachment to the exclusive perspective of the self that enables what they call non-reactive or non-self-referential metacognition, as Dave was talking about earlier today. And these qualities are precisely what we have been developing in our contemplative studies students for the past quarter century. One of the recently published research studies that looked at students in our contemplative studies classes, the study was led by Willoughby Britton and worked with our courses. And they studied our students at the beginning of the semester and at the end of the semester. And what they really found very dramatic improvements. They actually found that women benefited more than men over the course of a semester, but that both of them actually developed using the 4 factors of mindfulness. And you can see in the graphs, they all ended up having improved experiences. I can't even read my own slides at this point, but I hope you can see them. So over the course of the semester, combining first-person practice sessions in the labs with third-person study had a really dramatic effect in improving anxiety, depression, self-criticism, self-judgment, and developing greater awareness. And so what we end up attempting to do, at least at Brown, is develop contemplative intelligence. We have this unique form of studying traditional forms of meditation through, in conclusion, empirical, non-self-referential, no-person epistemology, empirical, self-referential, first-person epistemology, intersubjective, second-person epistemology, academic, third-person epistemology, yielding what we call contemplative intelligence. And we provide students with an introduction to the practice of contemplative methods in a secular setting and to the mind's ability to focus attention at a moment of time of great environmental, global, and political stress. And we train students in the complementary scientific and humanistic study of contemplative practice to better equip them for a whole range of new jobs in the changing workplaces of the 21st century, as well as a foundation for postgraduate study in a number of fields. And we provide them with the tools of contemplative intelligence that will be beneficial to them throughout the rest of their lives. And with that, I want to thank you for your patience at the end of a long day, at the end of a long lecture. And I see that most of you have not fallen asleep, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
네, 멋진 강연.
Thank you for the wonderful lecture and insightful ideas.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Now we will begin the Q&A session. I'd like to ask one of those selected questions now. Question is, some people associate meditation with a specific religion, which may cause challenges when introducing it into public education. What kind of attitude, method, or strategies do you think are necessary in such cases?
Wonderful question. I attempted to address that. Actually, it was just coincidence earlier in talking about what we call the empirical directive. So one of the things that's really important to do is emphasize the empirical nature of the practice, that no matter what your belief system is, coming in, we're not going to force you to take one particular set of truths that surround the practice and adopt them as your own. We teach you the contemplative practice. We teach you the cognitive framework in which that practice is embedded, which includes doctrines, teachings, and so on, philosophies. We teach you the cognitive framework, but we don't force you to believe in the truth of that cognitive framework. You can try it out, you can test it, you can check it out, you can learn what it is, but that's a fundamental problem, and that's one of the issues that we received a lot of pushback from colleagues on. That is that they could not conceive of doing a contemplative practice in the classroom in a setting like that, in a way that doesn't force people to. In fact, the people who ran the department I was in, the Department of Religious Studies, at the time I first started coming out of the closet as a contemplative teacher, contemplative practice teacher, they said, forcing your students to do a meditation practice in the classroom is no different from forcing them to get down on their knees and accept Jesus as their Savior. And I went, I'm not forcing them to do that. I'm not forcing them to believe in anything that they can't test out in the crucible, in the lab of their own body-mind. And they went, that's not possible. And I said, well, come to class. You know, they actually tried to force me to stop teaching. Not only any course with a contemplative practice component, they said, you can't teach any courses on Buddhism. But you see, by the time I had come out of by the time I started doing this, I'd already gotten tenure, and I'd already, I don't know if that's something you know about here, but my job wasn't really threatened. All I could do is reduce my annual salary, which of course they were happy to do. But the thing is that in doing any kind of innovation and developing the kind of research that we've heard about from the scientists who work on contemplative practice, you have to have patience. You know, and Mahayana Buddhism talks about the perfections of the Bodhisattva. And two of them are the perfection of patience, Kshanti Paramita, and the perfection of persistence. You have to be patient and persistent and be willing to play the long game. So with that in mind, it's very important to emphasize the empirical nature. And that, you know, you can have a kind of, what I would call a kind of explanatory democracy, where a lot of people, I know in your country here, in our country, really feel democracy is very important. Political democracy is very important. I also think explanatory democracy is very important. Always what comes first and foremost is our experience. There's this dialectic going on, a recursive relationship going on between experience and interpretation, experience and explanation. But as somebody starts a practice, as somebody develops a practice, you have to give them the freedom to choose which explanation they think most suits their own empirical experience.
Thank you. Next question is, if meditation studies become established in university and students continue their practice, what kind of influence and value do you think this could have beyond the university in families, communities, and society at large?
I think it has, as I think all of our speakers believe fervently, that the work that we're doing in colleges and universities will move out into the larger communities that surround us. That it has the potential to, in the various contexts in which we live, to help people appreciate the fundamental interrelatedness with one another as human beings, with one another as creatures in the world, manifesting what our first speaker yesterday talked about as Indra's net, this deep fundamental interrelatedness among all life. And I think what it helps to do is reduce attachment to a fixed sense of self-identity. And therefore, it also reduces attachment to a particular set, a version of self or self-identity, of ways of looking at things. And so you can respond spontaneously in the moment to whatever situation is arising. So it gives you a flexibility, a sense of fluidity that is also important for people to have in the world. I think, you know, as we end the conference, I want to take the opportunity to remind all of you that each and every one of us, each and every one of you, is this unique confluence of forces, events, influences, karmic forces, if you will. That we all have flowing selves with a unique and ever-changing window on the world. Be open to practice. Be open to meditational and contemplative practices. They have the potential to transform our flowing selves so that each of us may attain the universal longing of all human beings and all creatures, that in the words of my late and lamented friend, the Canadian poet Leonard Cohen, like a bird on a wire, like a drunken sub-midnight choir, I have tried in my way to be free. And with that, thank you very much.
What a fascinating discussion. Thank you so much, Dr. Harold. 네, 멋진
Thank you
강연과
Thank you
for
very much
the
for the
wonderful
Harold
lecture and
Ross
the insightful
박사님이셨습니다.
answers.
큰 박수
Please
부탁드리겠습니다.
give him a big hand.
네, 우리가 뭐 일반적으로 명상,
So when you think about
성찰,
meditation,
이런 용어들을
concentration,
많이 쓰는데요.
contemplation,
오늘
we use those words a lot in
성찰이라는
Korea
개념을
too.
가지고
So Dr. Harold explained the
명상과
definition of
작용을
contemplative
적용해
practices and
봤습니다.
where we
우리
are
하롤드 박사님께서는
regarding that. Dr. Harold actually established the contemplative studies major at Brown University.
이로써
And this includes
서울 국제 명상
the
엑스포,
full program of the
명상
Fixed Seoul
컨퍼런스
International Meditation Expo 2025.
유익하고 알찬 강연을 준비해 주신
So my sincere thanks to our speakers for their insightful talks, to all of you in the audience for your engagement, and to everyone who helped make this conference possible. So after a short break, please join us here in Namsan Hall at 7 p.m. for the Sun Meditation Concert, themed Deepening the Heart, where music and meditation come together. So the admission is free, and we warmly invite you to share in this special performance. For those heading home now, we wish you a safe and peaceful journey. Thank you. I am Benham Boyle, Director of the AA Buddhism Research Institute. Thank you so much.